Good evening. We'll call the meeting to order. Will the clerk please call the roll?
Mayor Huseman,
Present.
Mayor Pro Tem Frank, Councilmember Madera, Councilmember Allen Thomas,
Present.
Councilmember Noble,
Present.
Councilmember Wardiola,
Present.
Councilmember Hurst,
Present.
Councilmember Grimes,
Present.
Councilmember Smith. Mr. Mayor, you have a quorum.
Thank you. Looking for a motion to excuse those members not present. Councilman Hurst.
I'd like to make a motion to excuse all of those not present.
Thank you. Councilman Wadiola.
Second that motion.
I have a motion and a second to excuse those members not present. All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Any opposed, say nay. Motion carries unanimously. We have excused those members not present. This time, I'd like to ask the audience to stand and join me in a moment of silence in the Pledge of Allegiance. Thank you. At this time, Mr. Hurst, I believe you have a motion to make.
Yes, sir, I do. I would like to make a motion to make a change in the agenda. And that change would be to honor the Police Department's Employee of the Year right now.
Mr. Wadiola.
I'd like to second that motion.
I have a motion and a second to amend the agenda for the purpose of honoring the 2019 Commerce City Police Department Employee of the Year. All those in favor signify by saying aye. All those opposed say nay. Motion carries unanimously. And who is coming up? Would Deputy Chief Moon please come forward to make the presentation?
Honorable Mayor and members of council, thank you very much for letting us come. We had our award ceremony, our annual award ceremony on Friday night where the Employee of the Year was announced. Unfortunately, we didn't know that Detective Vasquez here had other plans. He was there and then left, so he didn't even know that he won the award until much later. Chief Nichols is on vacation tonight, so just a little bit about Detective Vasquez. When I started in 1994, Explorer Vasquez was already here. He's been in the organization for a very long time as an explorer. And how long?
Going on 29.
29 years. Over that time, though, he has been hired as a police officer and served in many roles during that time. First as a police officer, a field training officer, and then as an SRO. One of the important things is his dedication to the youth in the community has been exemplary over time. As I said, he started out as an explorer and rose to an explorer advisor and now lead advisor. So he's impacted a lot of kids over time. As a secondary function. His primary job right now is a detective, and he distinguished himself again this year. Served as an acting sergeant, full caseload as a detective, worked a whodunit homicide that was extremely difficult, and has just exemplified himself over the year. So with that, I would like to present on behalf of the executive staff the Employee of the Year Award. And thank you very much for all that you've done. You're an exceptional police officer and a great man.
At this time, I'd like to invite council to come forward to take a photo with the recipient. go. Thank you, Deputy Chief Moon, for that, as well as thank you, Officer Vasquez, for your service to our community. At this time, we will move forward to the presentations portion of the agenda. Would Deputy City Manager Troy Smith please introduce the presenters?
Good evening, Mayor. Mike is here from the Colorado Department of the Regional Air Quality Council, and he's going to be presenting this evening.
Oh, I had it on. Oh. Left, right, first. Oh, down the style. Okay. Well, good evening, and thank you very much. And I appreciate the opportunity to be here on this cold, snowy night, and I look forward to speaking. I'm assuming I have about 10 minutes on the agenda. Is that good? Very well. Well, I am Mike Silverstein with the Regional Air Quality Council. I'm the executive director of the office. The Regional Air Quality Council is the lead planning agency for the Denver Metro North Front Range ozone non-attainment area. So there's a graphic up on the screen that shows our area. We work here in the Denver Metro area, all the way down through Douglas County, up north into Fort Collins and Greeley. Most of Larimer and Weld County is on our territory. The governor appoints our board, so there are 29 board members that represent local government, the private sector, citizens, businesses, and transportation, environment, a full range of designated slots. And so we represent you. We represent Commerce City. We represent Adams County and the entire Front Range region on air quality matters. And most of our work is here locally, but we do represent all of our local governments in our region to the state of Colorado. So what do? Our primary responsibilities are planning efforts to meet the air quality standards. The federal government, the EPA, sets air quality standards for the nation, and it's up to each state, each locality to come into compliance with health-based standards. We also work on strategies, develop measures to improve climate conditions. So the climate change, the greenhouse gas emissions that contribute to global climate change are a big concern for Colorado and the nation, and the Regional Air Quality Council also works to coordinate efforts in this space. We conduct public education and outreach and awareness programs. We let you all know if today is a good air quality day or not, if it's an ozone action day, or if we have good air quality as well. So that's our job, to let you all know what the air quality situation is and what you can do about it if we're getting into a poor health reading situation. We implement public and private projects to reduce emissions. So not only do we do the planning and the forecasting and the outreach work, but we actually do things to improve air quality, implementing measures, and I know Commerce City has participated in some of our efforts in the past. And then we also, as I mentioned, we represent you. We represent and assist local governments in air quality planning. So if you have any questions, any concerns, we want to hear from you. We appreciate your input, and we invite you to any of our meetings or our online comment, whatever is convenient for you to participate in our processes. So air pollution, local exposure, it's definitely a concern. You live next to an oil and gas facility, lots of controversy, lots of issues surrounding oil and gas development, especially when it encroaches into urban areas and developed areas. Upset conditions at the Suncor refinery, very much a concern for Commerce City and its residents. How do we work with the refinery to improve operating conditions and provide public health and safety to the citizens? Filling up your gas tank, just one of the largest exposure you all could have as an individual to air pollution. That smell of gas that we're also familiar with, those are toxic emissions and can have health impacts, especially for sensitive populations. Your neighbor burning wood all the time, or trash or coal, whatever that might be, also a health issue. Wood burning on many days is just fine, but on stagnant, especially those cold winter days when the wind is not blowing hard, pollutants can build up, causing a nuisance in the neighborhood. We've all been behind the dirty diesel vehicle. Vehicle exhaust is a primary contributor to our air quality issues here in Colorado and around the world. Wildfires, another more of a natural source of pollutants, but most fires are caused by people, and those fires then can not only cause that local impact on the land, but pollute our air. Live next door to a gravel quarry or any other industrial facility where you get off-site emissions from the operations, even if they might be in good working order, things happen. The wind blows, it gets dry. And in this case, we would get off-site emissions from a gravel pit, and I know there's gravel operations in this region as well. So vehicle traffic, again, one of our primary concerns. We've all been stuck in traffic. You're breathing each other, you're breathing your neighbor's exhaust. You're sitting there with the windows down or your air conditioning on. You're exposed to air pollutants. So how do we minimize that exposure and improve the emissions scenarios from all those different sources? We get air pollutants into Colorado from our neighbor states and neighbor regions, but we generate most of our pollutants here at home that we are exposed to. So there's transport of pollutants into Colorado, whether it's in the wintertime from the west or from the southeast, the upflow conditions based on the pink arrows, or in the summer and fall from the southwest. We get air pollutants into Colorado from all regions of the nation, and we also contribute to our downwind neighbors too. So it's not an even trade. We don't want to contribute to anyone's air pollutant issues, and we don't want to receive it either. So this is where we are sometimes, but this is where we want to be. Denver has a sort of notorious history for poor air quality. Back in the 70s and 80s when I first started, we were the brown cloud capital of the nation. We were infamous for our air pollution problems in the wintertime, and most of that has been dealt with. We do very well with compliance with federal standards, with local visibility standards in our winter months. We've done a lot of work to reduce that wood burning, that vehicle exhaust, the wood smoke, the coal smoke, the road dust from street sanding activities. All of that contributed to the brown cloud, the industrial emissions. We're so much better today than we used to be. This is our status here in the Front Range. We have monitoring sites up and down the region. There are numerous sites that measure air quality on a regular basis, and we've been in violation of most federal air quality standards throughout the history, the recent history. Since the 1970s, when they were adopted nationally, we've had trouble attaining air quality standards here in Colorado, and especially in the Denver Front Range region. So for fine particulates, nitrogen dioxide, sulfur dioxide, and lead, we've either been in violation or we weren't in violation for one of those, but now we're attaining. So we're in great shape for those pollutants. Carbon monoxide and coarse particulate matter, also non-attainment up and down the Front Range. Now we're attaining. The various iterations of the summertime ozone standard. We've been in and out of compliance depending on the level of the standard, but we're currently out of compliance with the two tougher, more recent standards. And that's most of the work that the RAC does at this time. is planning and programs to bring us into compliance with those ozone standards. So what is ozone? Ozone is formed from the activities we're all involved with, whether it's industrial activity, natural emissions from plants, dry cleaning operations, vehicles, painting, solvent use, home products for cleaning. You name it, if you can smell it, if you see it, it goes on wet and dries. Typically, that is what's called a volatile compound or volatile organic compound. They combined with exhaust, other products of combustion that are what are called nitrogen oxides, they form ozone with sunlight in those hot summer days. So we get our highest ozone readings in our hottest summer months. Lots of health issues related to ozone. These are well documented, and especially those that are more sensitive in our populations, those with respiratory problems, children, the elderly, folks exercising outside or having physical activity on a hot summer day, if on a regular basis outside, have the highest exposure and potentially the highest reactions and potentially health impacts from ozone. So big, long list of things, and that's what we're trying to do. We're trying to improve our public health by improving ozone conditions. So where do we get ozone from? These are the sources of the pollutants, those volatile organic compounds and those nitrogen oxides. Pie charts that say, what are the primary sources of emissions that can form ozone in our environment? So we can see vehicle exhaust, oil and gas activities, what we call area sources. Those are all those little things that add up to a lot, like lawn mowing and solvent use, paints, and so forth. So this breaks down those sources of emissions that we're trying to get a handle on. Ozone is getting better. Our summertime air quality, as with all the other pollutants, is better than it used to be. So our trend line is on the downward trajectory, which is great news. So the work we've done, even with substantial growth in this Front Range region, the last 20 years, we know what we've experienced with vehicle traffic, population increase, oil and gas production increase. All the activities that we're all seeing around us are on the upswing, but our ozone concentrations are better. But they're not good enough. We're in violation of those two standards that are applicable nationwide, so it's not just us. Others are in this same boat. And what we want to do is get to that yellow line that, didn't have a graphic, but just the yellow line, right? I don't know if it shows up, but it's a downward trajectory. Our goal is to get us into compliance by 2024. We need to do a lot of work in these next 4 years to get emissions down, improve public health. The governor has given us a mandate. Go solve it. Get on it, get to work, and solve this ozone problem so we don't have that reputation of being a poor air quality area. We have good air quality, and that's good for business, that's good for public health, that's good for the environment. So just some numbers here. We won't spend too much time. These are where the monitors are located. They're all over the place, but our highest concentrations of ozone tend to be right up against the foothills. So all of our activities on a day-to-day basis, we all generate it, whether it's through driving or industrial activities, whatever it might be. Those emissions cook in the hot summer sun, and those breezes pack everything up against the foothills. So we tend to see the high numbers in Golden and down at Chatfield Reservoir, up in Fort Collins, up and down the Front Range is where we see our highest numbers. But we all contribute to those high numbers. So that's why it's a regional issue. We just don't say, well, Golden, tough luck, it's your problem. You have the high number. Well, we contributed to the high number that Golden experiences. So again, we're not alone. These are all the parts of the nation that have trouble with the older standard that we're in violation, 75 parts per billion, just call it 75. So a number of areas have come into attainment with 75, but we're not there. The Denver area was a moderate classification. We didn't attain on time. We're getting bumped up to the next highest level, which is a serious non-attainment area, which means we have more to do, more federal requirements, but a little more time to get there. So that's why I've said we've got to get there by 2024 to meet our next planning horizon. So there's just a graphic of those regions in the nation that have trouble with this newer, tougher standard of 70. So we're not alone. 75, some of the 75s dropped off, but some of the other areas that are a little less than 75 show up here on the 70 graphic. So we all have our own unique issues, whether we're by the coast or we're in a mountain environment or on the prairie. Everybody has different topography, different summertime conditions, but ozone can build up in all those scenarios. We also deal with climate at the Regional Air Quality Council. You've heard of the greenhouse effect or climate change. It's science. It's a naturally occurring event throughout our solar system. You go to Venus, they have a wicked greenhouse effect. The methane gas and the carbon dioxide trap heat close to the surface. That's what's happening on Earth. We're putting more CO2, more methane, more greenhouse gases into the environment, which trap that heat from the Earth. The sunlight passes through the atmosphere, warms the Earth. Typical, you see it every day. It gets warmer in the afternoon than it is in the morning. But that heat doesn't radiate out to space as easily at night. It gets trapped in our atmosphere. Thus, it's a perpetual cycle. We get warmer and warmer and warmer over time. This is just a graphic of the CO2 levels as measured in Hawaii, of someplace in the middle of nowhere, has been measuring CO2 in the atmosphere for many, many years, and we are just on an upward trajectory, so we need to do something about it to bring our climate condition back into stability. The governor has implemented a climate action plan. The legislature has adopted it, so we're out to help at the Regional Air Quality Council meet these goals to get our emissions under control and reduce those emissions over time so Colorado, the Front Range, can do our part in the global effort to combat climate change. So we have different plans out there from the state that we're helping to implement through our electric vehicle programs and our planning efforts. So this is the Polis administration's plan, the roadmap, how we can get to a better climate scenario over time. So we've been doing things for many years. Air quality, as I mentioned, is better than it used to be. How did we get there? All kinds of strategies have been implemented over the last 30 years. Vehicle inspection and maintenance, new vehicle standards, industrial controls, paints and solvent controls, oil and gas industry measures, public education and outreach, transportation efforts to reduce those emissions, have a cleaner environment than we used to have, but it's still not enough. So at the RAC, we're looking at more. Here's our list of things in our planning efforts to reduce emissions, whether it's in a regulatory fashion, we make recommendations to the state, but most of what we do is in a voluntary best management practice. Let's do this without regulation, without mandates, reduce those emissions, get to compliance so we don't need regs and mandates in the future. So we're looking at everything from vehicle programs to fuel programs to lawn and garden equipment change-outs to electric vehicle and electric vehicle infrastructure programs. You name it, we're looking at many different options. It's all on the table for our board to then consider and then make recommendations for implementation. We have a number of programs at the RAC. Simple Steps, Better Air. That's our education and outreach efforts, where we look at what we've done last year, how did we reach people or how we didn't reach people, and what we can do to get the word out that everyone can contribute to clean air. We can protect ourselves if we're sensitive, but we can also do things, driving less, using cleaner paints and solvents, deferring painting activities to the fall when ozone isn't a big issue, going for electric lawn and garden equipment over gas equipment. There's just so many things to do. We have Alt Fuels and Charge Ahead Colorado. These are incentive programs. We have millions of dollars to give to you here in Commerce City to electrify your government fleet, to put in charging infrastructure up and down the Front Range. We want to incentivize the future. Electric vehicles are coming. We need the charging infrastructure out there, just like there are gas stations out there. So if you have an electric vehicle, you're running low on juice, you can get that electricity charge conveniently and at low cost. We have our Mow Down Pollution program where we incentivize folks bringing in old gas mowers, getting a coupon to get a cheap, less expensive electric piece of equipment, whether it's handheld or a push mower. We're doing also work with the commercial side, going to parks, to golf courses, to folks that do landscaping, to get them to go electric as well. We have money to incentivize, but we're also looking to raise money too. And we need that money so we can do air quality planning, we can do outreach, education, and build those incentive programs so they can reach more and more people. So with Simple Steps, Better Air, all these tips. Bike, use transit, combine your errands, drive less, pack a lunch, save a trip. So many messages out there that they're very simple to do. People just need to do them, and we need to get the word out. Telecommuting is another option, going electric. operate cleanly and efficiently. There's nothing wrong with the way we're doing things now if it's done as cleanly and efficient as possible. But if we're wasteful, if we're not keeping equipment maintained, they get dirtier, they get older, then they cause more problems. So just the examples of what we do, we're the people behind those highway signs to tell you it's a high ozone day in the summer and what you can do about it. We incentivize electric vehicles and electric vehicle charging infrastructure, and we have money to give. And we have grant application cycles throughout the year, and we're hoping to continue those efforts for years to come. So that's Air Quality 101. Yeah, I hope it was 10 minutes, but I thank you very much, and if you have any questions, I'm happy to be here to answer them.
Thank you, sir. Are there any members of council with questions? Councilwoman Noble?
Thank you very much. Really appreciate you being here tonight. Air quality is of concern to all of us, of course. I use multiple air quality monitoring apps.
Okay.
And generally where our home is in North Commerce City, the air monitoring station is several miles away, 9 to 10 miles away. I noticed on your map that it appears that east of I-25, between, say, 72nd and Greeley, that there aren't any air quality monitoring stations. Is that true or not?
No, that's not. What I showed was a graphic of where the ozone monitors were. Those are monitors specifically for summertime ozone. They're ran throughout the year, but they just measure ozone. But there are particulate monitors, there's carbon monoxide monitors, there's air toxics monitoring, and that would be a different map. But there are sites here near Commerce City that measure various pollutant levels.
There are in Commerce City, or?
Yes, there's one is called Adams City, which is close by. There can't be an air monitor in every neighborhood or in every town. It's just prohibitively expensive. But the state of Colorado, where I used to work before I came over to the Regional Air Quality Council, they're located in strategic places to measure whether it's lead, sulfur dioxide, nitrogen oxides. Along highway corridors, there's monitoring down in Swansea and along I-70 and I-25 north. And the one that's probably the closest is Adams City, which is just probably the next town over from Commerce City on the river.
I just hadn't seen them very far to the east, and considering all of the oil and gas activity between here and Greeley, it was just something that I had observed.
Okay.
I'm wondering about whether a local government can enact emission standards.
You can. It's quite difficult. Under the state statute, that responsibility is given to the state Department of Health and Environment and the Air Quality Control Commission, but there can be local measures, whether it's through land use and planning for oil and gas activities, for example. You can adopt different development standards, more stringent standards as a community above and beyond what the state does with all the different agencies that may permit or regulate oil and gas. That would be one example. You cannot adopt a different, tighter air quality standard, so that ambient air that we all breathe, that standard needs to be consistent, and that's required by state law.
And my last question is, I didn't see on your list of illnesses caused by ozone, NOx, VOCs, et cetera, but aren't VOCs also cancer causing?
There are some VOCs that are what are called air toxics, like benzene, for example. So the more of these VOCs that come from, whether it's gasoline vehicles, source of benzene, there's benzene in fuel. Yeah. Most of it's been cleaned up, but there's still residue. Oil and gas activities, where they're just pumping out the fresh petroleum products from the ground, there's benzene emissions, and there's benzene from other sources as well. But that can be an air toxic.
I think your slide showed that the majority of VOCs come from oil and gas activity.
The biggest source of VOC emissions in our Front Range community is oil and gas, followed closely by transportation.
Thank you very much for coming tonight.
Thank you.
Such a snowy day.
You're welcome.
Councilwoman Grimes?
Thank you for your presentation. Just to tag on to Ms. Noble's question about oil and gas, VOCs, would you, I see we have a downward trend overall, but would you agree that VOC emissions from oil and gas have decreased over the years as well?
They have. Even though production has increased, the regulations on oil and gas have progressively become more and more stringent. So our first rules for oil and gas emission controls were adopted in 2004. So it was, hey, we became aware oil and gas is a big source of VOCs. There was a big growth explosion in development and operation. So the first controls went in 2004. They, again, another level in 2006. And about every 2 to 3 years, a tougher and tougher degree of rules have gone in place. And so 2014, 2016, those were the last rounds, the most significant rounds. Just this last winter, 2019, the latest round that just ramped up the inspection and repair requirement. That's been really the biggest area of success, I think, is requiring the operators with state oversight to go out and physically look at their facilities, look for leaks, and fix those leaks if they're found, with not just, looking around and, oh, I think it looks fine or it doesn't look fine, but handheld equipment that can detect emissions, and it makes compliance easier for the industry. If they're out there looking, they're subject to less enforcement, less penalties. They're capturing their product for sale. It's not going up in the air. And so those emissions have come down with more and more oversight from the state. But it hasn't been quick and easy. It's been a gradual kind of down the stair-step process.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Any other questions? Thank you, sir. Appreciate your time. Thank you. Oh, my apologies. Councilman Hurst.
Can I just ask a question? You said it was cost prohibitive for the monitoring stations. Can you give me a ballpark?
You bet. To get a high quality, good monitoring, it's about $100,000 a year. And so when the state of Colorado gets its funds and they figure out where best to place monitors, they first look at where is it most likely that we'd see high levels. So there's good science that says in a typical region like we have, where would you place a monitor for that kind of money? You have to get access. Typically it's a government or public space because you got to get electricity, permission, insurance, all those things to operate equipment on. Private property typically doesn't work out, but about $100,000 a year.
Thank you. I appreciate that, and I appreciate your presentation. I just said cost prohibitive, and I guess that could be 100,000 or it could be 10 million. I have no.
Right. No, it's
sure.
about in that range.
Right, thank you. I
And
appreciate
so the
that.
state probably has 25 of those up and down the Front Range. And then there's private monitoring too, that others have paid for. City of Denver operates monitoring in certain neighborhoods that they've selected as well.
Thank you.
And thankfully, there's lower cost on that point. Lower cost handheld equipment is becoming commonplace. We see apps on our phone now and handheld equipment, little patches folks are wearing that are pretty good. So that kind of human scale monitoring, person scale monitoring is gaining in popularity and gaining in accuracy. A lot of it is, generally okay, but to get that precision is really important.
All right, seeing no other questions, thank you very much, sir. We appreciate your
If
time.
I might close with one remark.
Sure.
I have a document here. This is our story, the Regional Air Quality Council. I'll just provide it here. I'm sorry I didn't bring enough, but I could always get more. It's on our website at raqc.org. Sound like an election campaign guy with my website. But I want to thank Commerce City for their past support of the Regional Air Quality Council. In your budget over the years, you've given us about $5,000 each year. I know that we bumped that up to $6,000 based on cost of living and new expenses. And I know that you've considered that in your budgeting process, and I just want to say thank you very much for your support in the past, and we look forward to working with Commerce City over these next few years with all our programs.
Excellent. Thank you again for being here. Next, we'd like to invite Mindy Dung with the Metro Auto Task Force forward to make the presentation.
Hi, everyone. Do I talk sideways or just straight? Sorry. So my name is Mindy, and I am an analyst with the Lakewood Police Department assigned to the Auto Theft Task Force. Just a reminder for everybody, we are in Commerce City, and your PD is a Commerce City Police Department, so even though I'm from Lakewood, if anything happens, don't call Lakewood, call Commerce City. So today we're going to go over auto theft awareness. I'm going to give you guys some overall stats, and then just preventative tips on how you can prevent your car from being stolen. So just a little insight on what goes on behind the scene or like in a day of an analyst. So everything starts off with data, and data is obtained from police reports that the community calls in to report a crime, field incidents, which are officer initiated when they see something suspicious and they initiate a contact, and calls for services. After we get those data, it comes to the analyst. We analyze it. We give our findings to detectives, patrol officers, command staff, and they initiate an action, whether that action is additional patrol, additional resources spent on a particular area, and so forth. So going with that timeline and that logic, if a crime or incident isn't reported, then it can't be analyzed. And if it can't be analyzed, then no action can be generated since we don't know about it. So it's really important for people to work with their police department to help us gather those data. So one of the things that I've learned that people are hesitant in terms of reporting something just because they're afraid they're going to end up as another statistic. And I tell people, like, you're not just another statistic. And truthfully, sometimes sometimes police officers can't help you with whatever situation that has happened. But without knowing those crimes that has happened, then it's harder to prevent it in the future. So let's go through a scenario real quick. And just as a disclaimer, this is not actual crime data. So if you guys live in this area, please don't be alarmed. There's going to be a lot of circles. So these are crimes. So where do you guys think is the problem areas? Is it north, south? That cluster, exactly. Now, if I was all-knowing, which I'm not, which is unfortunate, it'd be so beneficial for my job, but I would know where all the problem areas are without having all those crime reports and FIs and calls for service come in, but I'm not. So what if this was reality? And all those purple ones are the ones that we don't get reported. You can see the difference of where the problem areas are. Here, here, and arguably here, because initially there was nothing there, and suddenly now there's 2 incidents there. So while the initial place that we agreed upon that was a problem area is still a problem area, we are still missing some pieces of the puzzle when we don't have cooperation from the community to help report these crimes, call in any suspicious incidents, and so forth. Again, not actual data, so please don't be alarmed. So jumping into stats, so my task force, even though I am from Lakewood, is a metro-wide task force, so I don't exclusively serve Lakewood. I serve Adams County, Arapahoe, Broomfield, Denver, Douglas, and Jefferson, and obviously Commerce City falls under Adams, so that's why we're here. For the year of 2019, there was a little over 13,000 thefts and a little over 11,000 in recoveries. Of those 13,000 thefts, 86% of them have been recovered. Just for disclaimers, I did pull these stats on January 16th. It is February 3rd now. I'm sure those numbers are over 90%. Historically, we're really good at recovering vehicles, which is great. We're always in the 90 percentile. Even for the past 5 years, we've always been in the 90%, which is great. Excuse me. But the thing is with that, even though those are good numbers on paper, and the reason why I'm here is because that problem is cyclical. Cars get stolen, cars get recovered, cars get stolen, cars get recovered, and it just goes on and on and on. So what can we do to prevent that? My first recommendation is just first step, let people know the problem. Let people know that there is a situation to pay attention to. So as you can see up there, the top stolen locations for the Denver metro area and recovered locations, Commerce City, top 10, 5 in each category. I'm hoping in the future we are out of the top 10 because it's cool to make lists, but not crime lists. These are the top stolen vehicles and recovered vehicles in the Denver metro area and Commerce City respectively. So the Metropolitan Auto Theft Task Force, or CMAT, we put out a public top 10 list on a quarterly basis, but since we don't have our own social media, we don't publish this ourselves. Usually we give it out to all our partnering agencies, including the Commerce City Police Department, to hopefully put it on their social media and get it out to the public that way. Again, if your vehicle is listed on here, don't be alarmed. And people always ask, like, why me? Why my vehicle? Why, like, what did I do? I always tell them, you know, there's ways to prevent your vehicle from being stolen. There's ways to lower the odds, but at the same time, reality is some cars are just, for lack of better words, more attractive than others. Honda Civic, Ford's F-250s, there's just a lot more of them. If we're talking a white Ford F-150, for example, it's big, it's spacious, and there's a lot of them. It doesn't stand out. So if you're a thief and you want to blend into the crowd, you would steal something that's mostly common that you see a lot in the road versus, like, I don't know, like a hot pink Beetle or something. So those are there. Visually, this is a map of all the stolen vehicles in Commerce City and where they have been stolen. So as you can see, they're stolen all over the place and recovered all over the place. But one of the good things, like I said, is our recovery stats are really good. Almost half are recovered within 7 days, 70% at least for Commerce City in 30 days, and almost a decent chunk in 2 months, and very small percentages are not recovered yet, but like I said, because I pulled these stats pretty early, by now that should be lower. And one thing that I wanted to point out on this is, even though Commerce City, I mean, we're 383 thefts compared to statewide, there's 13,000. The FBI had a study that estimated about $8,400 are lost with each vehicle. So, I mean, 8,400 times the 383, we're looking at over $3 million in loss, and then whatever it is times 13,000. And that money is coming from police investigating the case, the insurance, if there were any damages, accidents, and so forth. These are the thefts and recoveries by their day a week. Just to point out, I start my week on a Monday just so I can leave my weekends together. So what this tells me is most vehicles get stolen on the weekend, probably at the end of the work week. Someone's just leaving their car, they're done for the weekend, they're gonna go binge The Witcher or something all weekend, which is why they're not paying attention to their cars. Come Monday morning, they need their vehicle to go to work, and they're like, hey, where's my car? Which is why most cars are reported stolen during the weekday and then recovered then. So going to the, I guess, main part of this presentation is the preventative strategies. The first one sounds super obvious, but lock your vehicles. This is the second to last slide, so I don't have the stat up there, but anecdotally, we probably can cut our thefts in half if people lock their doors. One of the things that, I guess, a myth that has been circling around for, I don't know, I think the thieves started this myth and it's just been circling around forever, is that if you lock the door, I'm gonna break your window, and people are like, well, I don't want my windows broken, I'm just gonna unlock my car then, just take my car. But really, like, not that many people breaks windows. It's mostly on TV. Most of the time, the method of entry is just the doors are unlocked. People going around trying door handles and like, oh, hey, this car's unlocked. Oh, hey, the key's in the cup holder. Okay, I guess I'm, free car. So lock your vehicles. It really helps prevents a lot, and it gives your car, that extra line of defense. Thieves typically like easy targets. They don't want the trouble of trying to jimmy the car or try to punch the lock or start the alarm. So the harder you make it for people to break in, the better protected you are. Another thing is, I personally practice this myself, and I have been told that I may be a little too hypervigilant with it, is that even when I park my car in the garage, I also lock it when it's in the garage, because to me, the garage, even though it's down, that's still just one line of defense. I want to give my car the best chance of not getting stolen. Even when it's in the garage, I lock the car, I lock the door from the garage to the house, just prevent any further victimizing, burglary, and so forth. Also, I don't know what year this particularly started, so I'm just going to give this advice to everybody. Check your owner's manual to see if there is a valet key in there, and by valet key, I mean the spare key. Usually when you buy your car, you get a car, there's 2 keys. Make sure you have both in your possessions, whether it's inside the kitchen, like a drawer. They give it to you in your owner's manual. Some people don't check, so if you leave your doors unlocked, you're sure you got your keys with you. There might be a spare one in the glove compartment that you might not know about. Since we are in puffer season, one of the things I would like to mention that yes, puffing your vehicle is illegal, but having an auto start, and as long as the car is locked, I believe that, I don't want to say workaround, but I think that is the caveat to that law, is you can start, like, warm up your vehicle. You can start it, just have it locked, don't have the keys in the vehicle, especially if a vehicle can drive without the key in it. Mine can do that for some reason, but I don't know if every car has that weird feature, but as long as the car is inoperable while still warming up, you're good in that sense. Park in well-lit areas, be aware of your surroundings. Again, I don't want people to leave here and be paranoid, always looking over your shoulders, but, spend that extra few seconds just to be, aware of, is anybody following me? Is there anybody that looks suspicious? Am I in a dark spot? So forth. The next 3, I work for the Lakewood Police Department. I don't work for any of these companies, so I'm not trying to promote anything, but if you have the money, you have the time, invest in a club, maybe have an audible alarm system, the one louder than the one you currently have, or a GPS tracking system. Again, these are all defense mechanisms for your vehicle just to make it a less attractive target to potential thieves. Report any suspicious activities to your local police department. Again, going back to what I said earlier, it's hard to fight crime when you don't have the data. So having the data really helps us, help you, and helps the community. And last is help spread awareness to your communities, help spread it to your friends, your family. Officers, I've said this before, I'll say it again, I really believe our officers are superheroes, but I also understand that they're also human, and as humans, we can't be everywhere at once. But if all of us chip in, do our part, then that's a step towards, a better community that we can all build together. So that message across. If you would like additional information, the National Highway Traffic Safety Authority, or NHTSA, does do nationwide statistics. I believe they publish quite often, so you can go to nhtsa.gov/theft and get more national stats and pretty infographics like up here. No, it's kind of hard to see, but at the bottom left, if you guys look closely, Colorado is actually number 8, and we still have pretty high thefts. So again, hopefully in the years to come, we can stop making these top 10 lists. And that's the end of my presentation. Thank you again for making time for me. Do you guys have any questions?
Great. Thank you very much for coming in and presenting that very valuable information. I hope everybody got something out of that. Are there any questions from council? for our presenter? Don't see any questions. Thank you again for your time. Have a safe travel home. Next will be the oil and gas monthly update. Would Dominic Martinelli please come forward to make the presentation?
Thank you, Honorable Mayor and Council. I'll be giving February's monthly update presentation. I do want to note that there are some differences in this version of the presentation versus the version that was uploaded. There has been some additional considerations that we're including, and we'll re-upload the packet. So as today, 8 oil and gas permits have previously been submitted and deemed complete by the city. We are currently in the process of processing 7 applications at the moment. This is a map reflecting which city permits have been deemed complete. No changes since last month's update. And then the review schedule showing when DRT has been, which cases have been going forward. So you can see here now that we're at February 3rd. A number of these sites have been reviewed by DRT, and comment letters have been issued or are in the process of being issued. Current spacing applications, Form 2 applications, and then Form 2A. I do have some news to report on the state applications. So the former Jacobson site was withdrawn by Great Western Operating. So the former permit that was located adjacent to Harlow is no longer being processed by the state. Some general updates. Staff is continuing to work on the oil and gas permit reviews and coordinating with referral agencies. We conducted a number of stakeholder meetings in the past month with a number of local home builders, environmental regulatory groups, industry members, the Colorado Oil and Gas Conservation Commission, the Oil and Gas Focus Group, North Range Concerned Citizens, and Conservation Colorado. Staff is still in the process of modifying the draft ordinance in response to stakeholder input, and a study session is scheduled with you all on February 10th to discuss where we move forward with the draft regulations. I do want to announce that we are launching an oil and gas interactive web map to provide additional information and make it more clear to the public where applications have been filed and just general information that folks can access in their home in a very easy format. So I'm going to go ahead and just click on this here and give us a quick run through. There we go. So what will happen is you'll open the interactive web map and you'll have a launch pad that opens that just generally explains that these are permits that have been submitted to the city, showing you if you want to go and look at the activity for state applications, you would go ahead and click here, and then you click acknowledge the information above. And this map is essentially going to show you a number of the city permit applications that have been filed. There's some general information if you click on the info button that talks about what everything is symbolized as and what the statuses are. So let's say that I have some questions about one of the facilities located here. I click on the permit and it provides me a significant amount of information regarding it. So the city permit number, who's applied for it, the number of wells that are proposed. It also mentions associated actions that City Council would have to approve associated with the case. So if there's a conditional use permit or rezoning, it'll be mentioned. You can also click on a link here for more permit information, and that will show you a general narrative summary of the permit. And these are relatively large files to to access, so it may not come up as we're talking here, but you'll be able to see a general narrative as well as the site plan applications. If you are looking to receive the entire permit, there's also a link to request additional information. So again, this will be publicly available. There's a significant amount of information associated with it, providing a legend showing the status of each application, and this will be updated continuously as the applications are continue to be processed. And then there's also additional features as you zoom in. If you want to see the location of existing building units and also provide setback information showing how far away sort of a zone of influence from these facilities would be. And then if you want to customize and toggle additional features, there's also that feature. So there's measurement buffers from each of the facilities. There's the FEMA floodplain maps, which show the boundaries of the 100-year floodplain, and a number of other features like that. And you can change the base map if you want to see imagery rather than just kind of a light canvas in the background. So that's a general overview of this web map that's going to be live by the end of the week. And then we also do have an update on Suncor. So this is the first presentation as it pertains to the Suncor monthly update. So there's additional updates and information that are going to be provided on a monthly basis. It'll be the first of the month, concurrent or adjacent to the oil and gas monthly update. Suncor will be coming in on a quarterly basis to present as part of this update. So that first presentation will occur on March 2nd. And then CDPHE has confirmed and they will be attending as well. So again, there are a number of regulatory agencies for the refinery. The primary is the Federal Clean Air Act, the EPA, and then the state level agency, the Colorado Department of Public Health and Environment. Within that, there's a subset of the Air Pollution Control Division, which is the primary regulator on air quality. The Suncor refinery is a Title V major source emitter facility, meaning that more than 100 tons of hazardous pollutants per year are emitted from this facility, which requires additional regulations that are required to comply with the Federal Clean Air Act. We did also provide some links on this page to update data information hosted by the CDPHE. The CDPHE has a pretty significant database on that site, including updates on enforcement actions, live updates on air quality monitoring stations. That site, if you go there, also shows some additional air quality monitoring stations in Commerce City boundaries that are operated by the state, and then other major general updates. In terms of Commerce City's role, they primarily regulate Suncor from a land use perspective, so permitting, site plan review, fencing, and a number of other provisions that it relates to the land use the same way that the Land Development Code regulates other land uses in the city. And with that, I'm happy to answer any questions that you may have.
Thank you, sir. Appreciate you walking us through the new website. Councilwoman Noble?
Thank you very much. That is a spectacular website that you have created. That's really awesome. COGCC will want to copy you now, I suspect. It's really a great website. Thank you so much for doing that for everyone. I wanted to point out about Suncor that last month they had 5 incidents, and in the supplemental document that was included in our agenda package, there was no mention of that. They must make reports to CDPHE. It is self-reporting, but I understand it's in their best interest for several reasons to report. And I'm wondering if we could sort of solve this problem by having them copy us with their reports. As part of the idea behind the motion was to make certain that we as a community are aware of what's going on for an industry that is so impactful on our residents. Under our charter, we are responsible for public health, safety, and welfare. And I think on that basis, when we have an industry that may or may not have caused incidental illnesses for our residents or other potential dangers, that it's important for us to keep an eye on them. Right next door to them is Xcel Energy's natural gas plant, and that's what they operate off of also. So it's, it's actually a pretty volatile location and very close to a lot of homes down there. So I hope that we can consider that. Also, Suncor had received over 50 pages of violations from the CDPHE covering 2018 and 2019. I think there's over 2,000 violations. So I hope that we can be more attentive to Suncor and its impact as an industry operating within the boundaries of Commerce City.
Mr. Mayor, if I might respond quickly. I believe the prior violations that Councilwoman Noble is mentioning are available through the CDPHE website. We are aware that there apparently are violations coming. We didn't include that information tonight because I don't believe CDPHE has officially issued those violations yet. Certainly, that would be something for Suncor to address when they're before you next month.
It is self-reporting. The first two are January 9th and January 16th. Those are malfunction reporting forms. And then there were 3 upsets, they called them, for startup shutdown reporting. And one occurred from January 3rd to January 6th. Another was a half day on January 7th. And then there was another for a couple of hours on January 26th. And as you note, it is a very complicated database in order to retrieve this information, but it is retrievable if you have their the number for Suncor. And if we don't have that, I can certainly provide that to everyone. Thank you very much, though, for including it tonight. I do appreciate that.
Councilman Wadiola?
Thank you, Mayor. Thank you. Just to piggyback off Councilwoman Noble, I think it's very important that we need that information to let our residents know. And if it's happening and they're getting it elsewhere, it's better that they come from us in our reports. That's on the website. So I think that's a conversation we should definitely have with Suncor to be good corporate partners and neighbors.
Deputy City Manager Smith.
Mayor, I didn't know if you wanted to add to anything I say here, but the mayor and I had a meeting with Suncor about a week ago, and he actually asked the same question of Suncor. And there are a number of reasons why they cited that they cannot report that information to us or will not report that information to us at the time that they make the report to CDPHE. A couple of reasons that I recall from that discussion. One is they over-report because it is a requirement that they make that report. They report anytime they're close. And so they make way more reports than are actually violations. Secondly, they're required by federal law to report to CDPHE. They are not required to report to us, and they're concerned about reporting in too many places. Apparently, there are other governmental entities who have asked this same question of them, and it's getting to the point where they are going to report to who they're required to, and then we can obtain the information through their website. Lastly, they indicated that there is a process in the federal code that allows them to be able to have some deliberation over the report and allows them to determine if an actual violation occurred, and that during that period, they may determine there's mitigating factors or other circumstances that take it out of it being a violation. So those are the reasons that they cited to the mayor and I when he asked the question and what their responses were. I'm certain if you want to take that up with them when they come on the 2nd, Don will be happy to explain or offer that explanation to the council again.
Thanks, sir. And I will add that they are having conversations at their corporate level on how to better facilitate communication with municipalities and in order to try to get information out as quickly as possible. But at this time, based on the reasons that Deputy City Manager Smith stated, they do not want to push forward with making a notification to us each time they make one to the CDPHE. Councilwoman Noble?
Yes, I would just like to reiterate that the Department of Public Health and Environment issued by certified mail on December 13th. Compliance advisory provides formal notice of alleged violation of non-compliance discovered during the Air Pollution Control Division's inspection and/or review of records related to Suncor Energy Incorporated's refinery identified below. It's 56 pages of violations over 2018 and 2019. One of the things that I had mentioned in a meeting with Mr. Broom and Mr. Sheasley is that perhaps we wanted a third party or have CDPHE give us the information as well. I'm casting no particular aspersions on Suncor. I just think it's important for us to have all of the information, and however, whatever method is required to obtain it, I think that is important. Thank you.
Thank you. Any other questions for Mr. Martinelli or staff? Thank you, sir. Appreciate your time as always, and thank you again for the hard work into the website. I know yourself as well as IT and everybody else that put that together. I think that's going to be a model for other communities to follow, and I really appreciate you guys being at the forefront of that. Next, we'll invite Judge Juarez forward to make the State of the Municipal Court address presentation.
A little different than the one I have on that end. All right, Mr. Mayor, good evening, and council members, good evening. And thank you for having me back this year for another presentation of the state of the court. I'll be as brief as I can, and Laura's going to drive this for me, I guess. Oh, wait. Hit the wrong button. There we go. All right. Just by way of summary, the information that you have as part of your packets include the number of tickets that were reviewed by the court in 2019. We're back to a steady growth cycle again. For a number of years, we were growing at approximately 6% additional tickets each year. Then we had some down years, but now the police department is almost at full staff, and they're very busy. Also, they've been responding to the parking violation, I want to say push that's been undertaken by the city, and we've received a number of tickets recently, and the numbers are just going to keep going up. You saw the 220 calendar. Now, we've been trying to keep the number of court dates steady at 92 court dates per year to accommodate the volume that we have. In 2019, the Adams County Detention Facility underwent a change in the process for us doing video prisoners. Instead of doing video prisoners at 1 o'clock in the afternoon, which we could accommodate, and then immediately go into an afternoon docket of arraignments and pretrials and trials, they moved us to 2 o'clock to accommodate Westminster, who had never used the video advisement. By starting at 2 o'clock, we start our docket at 1 o'clock in the afternoon, do what arraignments we can get done, then have to take a break to go do the video prisoners, then come back, finish the arraignments, do pretrials, and juveniles at 3 o'clock. It basically, starting in April of 2019, really fundamentally messed up the way we had been managing our docket and seeing the number of people that we've been seeing. We've been tinkering with the volume of arraignments versus pretrials versus trials and juveniles, basically learning on the fly, adjusting for the fact that 2 o'clock every afternoon, we're going to have to take a break to see video prisoners. And that's always uncertain. Sometimes there's one, sometimes there's none. Sometimes there's one prisoner with 5 cases. Sometimes there's 5 prisoners, each with 1 or 2 cases. And it's really difficult to predict how many people we're going to see and how long it's going to take. So it makes it really difficult for us to manage the docket. The mornings, we've been adding arraignments just to try to accommodate the increase in numbers. And if any of you have been in here to see what happens on court days, literally we've been working into the noon hour to take care of the morning arraignments, which start at 8:30 in the morning. And in the afternoons, some days we're on the bench till about 4:30. Some days we're done at 3:30 if none of the trials go. The juveniles are always really good. We have a really high turnout for the 3 o'clock juvenile docket on Thursday afternoons. I draw your attention to the calendar in your packet, just so that you have an idea. The green days are traffic primarily days. The orange days are the days that we have interpreters available. We have 2 interpreters for Spanish here every one of those days, one with the prosecutor, one in court, so that we can get the people in and out of here fairly quickly. And we usually will set up any other interpreters, whatever the language, and you name it, we've had them here. Some I've never even heard of the language before, but we've had them here on those Wednesdays. They take a little bit longer. We have to be more precise. And we also have to make sure that the defendants don't just understand the words that we're saying, but they understand the concepts and have a full understanding of the rights they have, the options they have, and that they really understand what it is that they're doing before I accept their plea or in listening to their mitigation statements. Go back. The purple days are the ordinance violation days. Those cases all take longer. There's police reports that have to be read that sometimes can be fairly significant. The whole point of the calendar is to try to have consistent numbers for the days that we see the people and consistent docket control and docket management. It's my goal to try to keep us at approximately 92 days. Now when I'm in conference, we actually have one of the relief judges come in so that we don't lose that docket day. I used to come in and do 2 hours of arraignments and then go to wherever the conferences were. That's just not workable now. We leave somebody here to do the docket on those days. We just can't afford to lose those days. Switching to the next page, oops, jumped a little fast. This year we had 2 intergovernmental agreements that came up for review. One is the municipal inmate agreement. This is the one that was to solve the problem with the made-up problem of the overcrowding of the Adams County Jail. We made up a solution to address the made-up problem. We're limited to 12 inmates at any one time. Each of the cities has a certain cap. Aurora, I think, has 15 as their cap. They have 27 prisoners as of today. So it's a flexible cap depending on the total number of municipal prisoners in the Adams County Jail. Arvada has a 2-block area that's in Adams County. They have 2 prisoners. I don't recall Arvada ever sending anyone to the Adams County Jail for their 2-person quota, if you will. Right now, we have 12 slots. Ours is more flexible than other courts, but we only have 3 people in the Adams County Jail as of today. The most we've had recently is 10. Before the change, we could have as many as 15 or 16, but there's been a big push to not use jail as a punitive sanction for a number of cases, and we've been adhering to that push, and that came from the state legislature as well as from the sheriff. So, we're fine. We haven't exceeded our limit pretty much since the limit went into place, and it's been about 3 years now. But the agreement came due. I think that we're renewing the agreement, and everybody's happy with the way current things are. Our video prisoner agreement, that costs us money. The jail has hired staff to serve as bailiffs at the jail to bring our prisoners from the cells to the video courtroom. We have been having problems with our video link. It got updated at the end of last year, and we're not able to actually use it. Haven't been since beginning of the year. We have audio, but no video, and the recording is inconsistent. But IT assures me that they're making it a priority to try to get it to work. For my purposes, it just means at 2 o'clock on Wednesdays and 2 o'clock on Thursdays, if we have somebody in the jail, we need to see them, we need to administer their cases, and then get back to our regular docket. But that agreement comes up every year. The fee that's set for Commerce City is not going to go up because we're not exceeding the use that we have for the jail, their video, or their paid detention specialists to serve as bailiffs. So basically, it's a continuation of the same agreement for this year. A number of budget matters I need to bring to your attention. As of January 1st, the court is required to adhere with the Senate Bill 18-2003, which is codified in Colorado Revised Statutes 1310-114.5. What that requires of the city is that we have an independent indigent defense counsel available for every person that's in custody on their first appearance date. There are grants that get provided by the state, so it's not totally an unfunded mandate. And we had received grants in the past to pay for the indigent defense counsel. Now the law requires that the independent defense counsel be appointed and then subject to evaluation. I went through an open, transparent selection process. I didn't want to wait till January 1st because they have to be reviewed at the end of 2020. Each public defender has to be reviewed. So I started it in July, went through the process in April, May, and June, started it in July so that each one of them would have a body of work going into the year so that at the end of 2020, they could be reviewed. The reason this is a budget matter is because City Council needs to hire somebody to do the evaluations. When the evaluations of each of these indigent defense counsel gets done, the report gets turned over to the City Council. I have some recommendations as to who would qualify or be qualified to do those evaluations, but ultimately the idea is that I'm not supposed to be part of that evaluation process other than the evaluator can ask me what I think about the people, but they can't be beholden to me as a judge in producing their evaluations. So the City Council, I'm assuming in conjunction with the City Manager's Office, will contract with somebody to provide these evaluation services for us. It's just every one of our contract public defenders will need to be evaluated at the end of 2020. That's one budget matter. Colorado Municipal Judges Association. You already pay for me to be a member of the Colorado Municipal Judges Association, also our relief judge and our associate judge. The associate judge every year, the relief judge every other year. She has other places that pay her other year's dues. I'm going to ask that that continue, but also last year, the Municipal Judges Association contracted with a lobbyist to directly deal with the significant increase in legislation coming up that affects the municipal courts. I'm asking the City Council to approve another $1,000 contribution to Denton's to serve as the lobbyist for the Municipal Judges Association. That's how much was contributed last year. They made a huge difference. There's two bills right now that are really, really going to have an impact on the municipal courts that would also affect the way we administer justice in Commerce City. One of them is called a warrant delay bill, where if somebody fails to appear or if I issue a warrant for, based on a police officer's affidavit for warrantless arrest, we would hold it for 72 hours in case the person would show up during that interim period before actually putting it into the system. That, under state law, warrants have to be issued the day of the failure to comply or the failure to appear or the day an affidavit for warrantless arrest comes down. The thinking behind this bill is to give people an extra grace period. People that are already on bond, that would affect the bondsman or the surety, whether it's a private surety or public surety, their ability to get prompt notice when somebody that they're on the hook for a bond would have a new warrant issued. If, like, for instance, somebody failed to appear today, I couldn't actually issue the warrant until 3 days from now. The bondsman makes contact with the person tomorrow. They can't take them to the police station and have them held to get discharged from the bond because the warrant isn't active yet. On the other hand, if the person shows up tomorrow, then the warrant hasn't hit the system. They can do a walk-in surrender in some courts, not part-time courts, because we're not here every day. It poses a bit of a logistical problem. Dentons will lobby on behalf of the Municipal Judges Association, who recognizes a lot of the practical headaches that would be caused and problems that would be caused by this legislation. And we're obviously opposed to that legislation. The other piece of legislation is that if somebody doesn't pay their traffic tickets, right now the law is that a notice gets sent to the Department of Motor Vehicles and a block gets placed on your ability to renew your license until the ticket gets paid from whatever location it comes. Cities, county, state, wherever. There's legislation that wants to do away with that being a penalty, so that if you don't pay your traffic tickets, it has no effect on your driver's license. Our only recourse then would be to send unpaid traffic ticket fines to collections. Wouldn't have any impact on anything except your credit ratings. There's a huge fiscal note. The Department of Motor Vehicles charges a $30 fee to clear these blocks that are on your driver's license. If this legislation passes, it didn't get very far last year because they estimated that just DMV would suffer, I believe it was a $4 million loss of revenue just for that. I don't expect this bill to go very far once a fiscal note gets attached to it because it's going to be fairly significant. It would also dramatically affect our city because if people don't have to pay their traffic tickets, first, there's going to be no incentive for them to come to court because we can't issue warrants for that anyway. And if there's no consequence for failure to pay their traffic tickets, why would you? Literally, there would, if you don't have good credit, a bad credit rating for failure to pay a traffic ticket isn't going to affect your credit more than anything else. So we're completely opposed to this piece of legislation. There has to be some consequences for when you incur a violation, fail to pay the traffic ticket, or fail to do a driving class, or fail to do whatever it is I've ordered them to do. There have to be some consequences. This is a bill that we're very much opposed to. And again, Denton's has been representing the Municipal Judges Association on this bill. There's ways to clean up and give grace periods and things of that nature, but completely eliminating the consequences is a terrible idea. So that's where we're at with that, the Municipal Judges Association. I'm going to be attending 2 conferences. Each one of the associate judge attended one in the fall. The relief judge is attending the one in the spring. Then the associate judge will attend the one next fall. And we're going to keep going on that cycle, at least presumably for the next 2 years. Tammy Bauer serves as the associate judge. Melissa Beato is the relief judge. Tammy sits maybe once a month, or at least a morning or an afternoon. Melissa sits once every 2 or 3 months, again, a morning and afternoon, or a full day if we're at conference. She takes care of that. All right, next on the agenda, court staff update. Laura Bauer has been doing a tremendous job with us. We had a court supervisor who didn't quite work out. In the interim, Laura Bauer has agreed to help us out at as our interim court supervisor. She's been doing a tremendous job. She'll be the first to tell you it's its own animal. It's not like anything else, but she's dug in and has learned a lot and has been able to help evaluate our systems and our processes and has got us back so that we're doing good production work and trying to get caught up. Carmen Sanchez is still here. She's the most experienced. She's a court clerk too. Alma Escobedo's a clerk too. She's tremendous. Her learning curve was off the charts when she started, and she has been able to maintain that level of productivity. Krista Reiser and Christopher Gibson are the court clerk ones. We're getting them up to speed. Again, Christopher's learning curve has been excellent, and both of them are getting better and better. And right now with the parking violation volume, data entry is a big concern of ours, but we're getting it up to speed. Troy was able to get the police department, records department to help us out a little bit to try to catch up on some of the data entry volume problems that we've been having. And we've been having meetings to try to improve the process overall. So the court staff update, we're going to need to advertise and get a new court supervisor in place fairly quickly. There's a bunch of things that are coming into play, like the e-ticket implementation. We've been having meetings on that. There's already a budget set aside. We're trying to work out the process so that we can figure out exactly what we need to do to work with the vendor to get e-ticketing in place. It's just going to speed up our efficiency and basically make it single data entry work for everybody instead of police doing one set of data entry, court doing a different set of data entry. That duplication is something that's certainly going to be alleviated by the introduction of e-ticketing. Let's see. Next. Oh, questions. Actually, a couple of other things I wanted to talk about. Each year, we're talking about ways to make our court staff a little bit more efficient. Every year, I've asked our court supervisor to talk about remodeling the court clerk's service area, to put windows in so that each one of the clerks at their workstation can handle customers. Right now, we have 2 stations, and each one of the clerks has to go from their work area to the counter, deal with the customer, go back to their workstation, enter the information or retrieve the information, go back up to the counter, deal with the customer, get the payment, get the ticket dismissed, whatever it is, then go back and enter the finalized information to their workstation and get it done. If we can remodel and put windows across the hallway and have a workstation at each one of those windows, then they can sit at their desk and deal with the customer and do it all at once. I shared with City Council last year the new North Glen Court where they have that set up. Thornton has that same setup with multiple windows so that the clerks are actually at their workstations when dealing with customers. It saves that getting up and down, going back and forth, and the delay occasioned with that. Again, if you look at court dates, the line in the lobby gets fairly significant, especially the faster we go in here. They go out there to get things taken care of. It can take quite a bit of time. We're working with the chief of police right now for the court security system and the bailiff. I know that the city council has approved getting a marshal and a bailiff. It looks like we're going to be delaying that process because we're also trying to include transport for prisoners from other jails, other county jails. As part of that, it's my understanding the city attorney has some things he needs to work out with ordinances so that the people that we hire can be armed and provide that transport, which is a little bit more than just the bailiff work or the building security people. The chief and I have been in communications about some of that. Now I'm a little bit more up to speed than I was at this time last month, but the point being, we do have a contractor providing court security. It's in the works to get that bailiff marshal position filled, presumably sometime later this year. And again, every time we get a new person, there's a delay in training and it slows down the whole process. Again, I always encourage City Council, stop by. I know Mayor Huseman has stopped by to see what kind of volume we do and how the court's administered. I'm still happy to say, as hectic as some of the past year was, we still don't get almost any formal complaints. I can't tell you how many times I get emails and thank you cards and other things like that, and I really appreciate hearing from the citizens that they feel that they're being treated fairly here. One other thing that we're taking on, I just met with Adams City High School and school district superintendent. We're talking about starting a truancy program directly in the high school for freshmen to try to get them at the start of their high school career to try to cut down on truancy. I know the city manager's been contacted with them by them as well. We're just right now in the infancy stages. There's a Attorney General's grant that might fund the project, and that would be something that I would approach the City Council for permission to do. They're going to want me to act as the judge for the truancy court, and I'm also going to make arrangements to have the relief judge and the associate judge do it if I end up with a conflict on the particular days that they have to do it. We don't expect to meet more than like once a month at least until the process gets going. But they think that it would add a certain level of legitimacy in the truancy program to have a real judge administer for them. And I agree. I think that the younger we can capture them, get their attention, and get them focusing on how important their education is, the better. That's it for me. Questions?
Councilwoman Allen Thomas?
Yeah, thank you, Your Honor, for coming in and presenting for us tonight. But I'm just curious, over the past 5 years, do you have like an estimated revenue for ticketing volume, what Commerce City received in revenue, like say over the past 5 years?
I have that information. We have an Excel spreadsheet that we could provide to you that gives you that information. I can tell you that there was a couple of down years, like in 2008, 2009, and then we had more down years again in 2015, but we pretty much have been on a steady increase. But we do have a comparable table that we can provide to you.
Okay. And then one other question. You've been with Commerce City almost 17 years, correct?
Correct.
Okay. Because do you think it'd be wise to, or something to look into, like hiring maybe possibility a part-time judge also to assist you, or because I know things are like increasing? So
well, you know, again, look, I know later on your agenda is whether or not the City Council is going to choose to renew my reappointment for the 2-year period. One of the issues that came up in the evaluation is succession planning, because if you all choose to renew me, this will be my last renewal. One of the things that the City Council will really need to focus on is first what to do in terms of hiring a new judge, but also you're going to get to the point where you're almost ready for a 3rd day a week, and it's almost cost prohibitive. You may just want to become a full-time court because the cost is almost the same. And if you're going to do that, you would have a full-time judge with relief judges. That's pretty much the way other cities do it. That's why we have an associate judge and a relief judge. I still maintain a private practice, and if I'm in a trial, one or the other of them is available to cover. And I don't want to say it's consistent, but pretty much once a month, Tammy Bauer is in here covering something. And then Melissa, you know, she covered during conference. They're both very capable. They both have a lot of municipal court experience. But again, the decision on who the judges are is yours. I'm hoping you renew me, and then as a consequence, I'm recommending that you renew Ms. Bauer and Ms. Beato for the same period. And then at some point, not in 2020, but as you know, maybe 6 months or 8 months before the end of the 2nd year of my term, we all sit down and have a nice discussion about how it is you want to go about hiring a new judge. I can tell you Federal Heights just went through it. Arvada is going through it right now. They elected not to renew their presiding judge, and right now they're using their relief judges until they make the appointment on the new judge. Some cities do it in 2 months. Some cities do it much quicker. Some cities, Louisville is actually going through the process right now as well. Their presiding judge became a magistrate in Adams County, and their process is going to take about a little bit, around 10 weeks, a little bit more than 2 months, but not quite 3. And, you know, again, everybody, it's up to the City Council to decide how they want to do it and what they want to do. But yeah, and we've been operating like this for quite a while. I think we can manage another 2 years, and with the numbers of population over 60,000, it's really good. I mean, we projected to be a full-time court by this time when I first met Brian McBroom, but the population growth wasn't consistent. It stopped for about 5 years. So we've run 5 years past where I thought we would be a full-time court.
Thank you.
Councilman Wadiola?
Thank you, Mayor. Judge, on the program with Adams 14, would kids be getting actual tickets to attend that type of court?
You know, that's one of the things that they're going to be, it's not going to be tied directly to the municipal court. It's going to be a school district truancy program where the child and the parents are going to be required to attend a meeting, which we're going to make look like an administrative law hearing, and come up with, you know, recognizing what the problem is, verifying the truancy status, and then making recommendations on what they need to do to cure the problem and the punitive sanctions that will be imposed if they fail to do that. I'm not so sure how the school will trigger the event. I wouldn't call them tickets, but they're going to have the same effect. You know, this is the violation that's alleged to have occurred. This is the hearing date and time. You need to appear and bring a parent with you.
And what is, and I know it's in the infant stages, but I know part of the problem is there's not really a consequence for parents through the court system. They really can't fine them, or it's just a threat. How is this going to be different and effective if when they do get a truancy ticket, social workers show up at your door and that's about it? So how is this going to be
Yeah, to be candid with you, those are the things that we're working out. What I have, the truancy program that I worked with when it was up in Adams County had a full-time coordinator who was able to do more than just, you know, threaten the parents with jail if they failed to comply. They actually made them use like the social safety net that's available. I have the same access to a lot of that. The consequences, if you will, for failure to comply, I have nothing. I have no power to implement anything to mandate compliance. And I'm not sure what the school district is going to make available to me as a tool to use. I can't hold them in contempt because it's not going to be part of my court. So yes, in answer to your question, as soon as word gets around that there's very little I can do to them, they probably won't comply. But I can tell you that I seem to be able to convince young people that when I order them to do something, it's in their best interests to follow my orders.
Thank you.
All right, seeing no other questions, thank you very much, Judge, for coming in. Appreciate your time as always, and appreciate your contributions and your commitment to the community.
Thank you.
Next on the agenda is citizen communication. Per council policy, citizen communication is the time on our agenda for the public to address council on business and affairs of the city. If you are here to speak on an ordinance or a resolution that is not on the consent agenda, please wait until that item is called. The City Council is not able to hear any comments at this time on land use matters that are before or may come before council. Please reserve such comments for the appropriate public hearing. As a reminder, the council must wait until administrative council business in order to take action in response to citizen communication. Please give your name and address for the record and keep your comments limited to 3 minutes. Thank you. I have one individual that is signed up to speak, Ron Bruce.
Ron Bruce, 15200. Mr. Mayor, Council, I'm not sure if this issue's been brought up since the elections, so I'm going to bring it up tonight. It has to do with the Municipal Code Section 4.19, and that's titled Conflict of Interest. The first line in Section A, no member of the council shall be interested directly or indirectly in any contract, including purchases or sales with the city. Goes on to describe how the council will resolve that. With regard to oil and gas development, questions, motions, permits, LDC, and regulations, myself and a few other of our members believe one of the council members, due to their employment, job description, the fact that they've advocated for oil and gas development in the focus group and before City Council, have this conflict of interest. We believe the council needs to take this under advisement and make a decision. Thank you.
All right, thank you very much. This time we will take a 10-minute recess. They are presented to council for a single motion and vote. Any member of council may ask to remove a specific item for further discussion and a separate vote. Tonight, there are 10 items listed under the consent agenda. Does anyone on council wish to remove an item off the consent agenda for further discussion? Seeing no requests, I'll ask for a motion and a second to approve the consent agenda. Councilwoman Grimes?
I'll make a move to approve the consent agenda as presented.
Councilman Hurst?
I'll second that motion.
I have a second and a motion to approve the consent agenda. Will the city attorney please read the titles?
The minutes of April 15, 2019, the minutes of January 6, 2020, Ordinance 2252, and ordinance amending the 2020 budget of the City of Commerce City, Colorado by the recognition of the U.S. Department of Housing and Urban Development, HUD Community Development Block Grant, CDBG funds in the amount of $428,484 for minor home repair, Arapahoe County Weatherization Paint-a-thon, Groundworks Denver, Audio Information Network, and Domestic Violence Victim Programs. Ordinance 2254, and ordinance amending the 2020 budget of the City of Commerce City, Colorado by the recognition of grants from the Adams County Board of County Commissioners for Commerce City master planning efforts and the Ragweed Draw Ball Fields project and authorizing related matters. Ordinance 2256, an ordinance amending the 2020 budget of the City of Commerce City, Colorado by transferring $318,146 from the Lottery Fund to the CIPP Fund for costs associated with the Veterans Memorial Park renovation project and authorization of the expenditure thereof. Resolution 2020-14, resolution appointing members to designated boards and commissions of Commerce City. Resolution 2020-15, resolution authorizing Second Amendment of Municipal Judge Agreement and appointment. Resolution 2020-16, resolution approving City 2019 Highway User Tax Fund report. Resolution 2020-18, resolution approving City of Commerce City rules governing access to Civic Center and surrounding property. Resolution 2020-19, resolution consenting to the resettlement of refugees in the City of Commerce City, Colorado.
Thank you. Take a roll call vote.
Councilmember Noble? We're missing your vote.
For the record, the consent agenda passes unanimously 6-0 with 3 excused absences. Next item on the agenda is public hearing. Ordinance Z-953-18-20, rezoning for Legato. Tonight's public hearing is a rezoning for prime sites. I remind council, use the public hearing only to ask questions, but not to express opinions or indicate how you will vote. Council members are not to provide testimony if they wish to participate in the decision. To rely on facts developed in this hearing and in the record and apply those facts to the criteria in the Land Development Code. I'll open the public hearing. Are there any council members that need to disclose any ex parte contacts or matters that would prevent them from participating in this case in a fair and impartial manner? This time would like to ask City Attorney Sheasley to make a few comments.
Yes, thank you. I asked the mayor to make that comment tonight and at the outset of every public hearing going forward to remind the city council about how quasi-judicial hearings run and the interests of due process and constitutional rights, making sure that the hearing is conducted in a fair and impartial way and your decision is done solely based on the facts that you hear tonight and that are in the record and based on the criteria in the Land Development Code. What we look for here is whether you've received evidence outside of the record. There are ways to cure that, of course, or whether you have bias or prejudgment that would prevent you from participating in the case in a fair or impartial manner that would be unfair to the applicant in this case. There was an item about conflicts of interest that came up during the citizen communication portion. Well, that is largely out of the context here where the person doesn't have a personal interest in the zoning in question or the applicant. That would certainly be a matter if it rose to a certain level of an issue. But the way our policies are set up, and it is incumbent on any council member to identify whether they have that type of interest that would be improper, or whether they have a prejudgment that would prevent them from participating in the case in a fair way, or whether they have received evidence outside of the record to determine if the council could allow them to participate, or whether there was a cure behind that. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Sheasley. This evening on my way here, I did receive 2 emails from citizens who were not able to be here. I do believe that the rest of the council received them, but not knowing that, I will forward those emails to all parties of the city council as well as to Mr. Sheasley and ask that he include them into the public record so that they can be part of that record. This time, would like to invite staff forward to make your presentation.
Good evening, Mr. Mayor, members of City Council. I'd like to introduce myself to you. My name is Jennifer Jones. I'm a principal planner in the Community Development Department, and this is the first time I've gotten the privilege to present to you. So I look forward to working with you. The public hearing item tonight is a PUD zone document for the Legato project, Project Z953-1820, and it is located at the northeast corner of 88th Avenue and Tower Road. Here's a vicinity map for you. Again, the project is bounded on the east by E470, 96th Avenue on the north, 88th Avenue on the south, and Tower Road on the west. And it's almost 600 acres. Here's an aerial view of the site for you. You can see it is largely undeveloped. The small area on the east that you can see is actually a City of Aurora water facility, and that is not part of this application. Here is a photo of the site. This is from 88th Avenue looking northwest, and you can almost see Tower Road over on the far left of your screen. So a little bit about this property. It was originally annexed into the city in 1989, and at that time the process was a little bit different, and it was zoned preliminary PUD, basically allowed a mixture of uses, but there were no additional details. Conditions require that it does come back for final PUD prior to any development. So moving forward to 2018, a PUD concept schematic for essentially the proposal you're seeing tonight, a mixed-use development with a neighborhood and park school site, came before the city in 2018. So the PUD process, as it is today, is a 3-part process. The first being a PUD concept schematic. Again, for this project, the PUD concept schematic went before the Planning Commission for their review and comment in January of last year. Part 2, which is really where we are tonight, is the PUD zone document, and that went before the Planning Commission for their review and a recommendation last month, and then it is before you tonight. And then Part 3, or the third phase, would be specific PUD development permits. Those are site-specific, and those are typically reviewed and approved at an administrative level. So this is a view of the future land use plan from the comprehensive plan. The area is outlined in that teal blue color for you. And the proposal that you will see tonight is in conformance with this plan. Essentially, commercial along the north boundary of the site, residential in the middle, mixed use on that west side adjacent to Tower Road, and then office flex space on the south along 88th Avenue, and then a portion there of E470. Okay, so the actual document that we're talking about, the Legato PUD zone document, you've probably in the past heard of this site perhaps as Prime Sites or Hightower Ranch. It is now called Legato, and we are specifically speaking about the area on the west side of E470. So Legato is a musical term indicating smooth and connected. That's the idea for this development. They're trying to focus on neighborhood connectivity, pedestrian accessibility, and they have a central community focal points. And so we'll get into a little more detail about that. The actual structure of the document that you're reviewing tonight, potentially approving, consists of 8 sheets. The cover sheet, sheet 2 is project intent and general notes. Sheet 3, design elements, so we'll look at that. Sheet 4, right, one of the key sheets there, the land use plan. Sheet 5 are the residential development standards, followed by the residential lot typicals for the different types of development. The non-residential development standards, and then the other key sheet, 8, are the permitted uses, right? That has the table of land uses that you'll be interested in. So the community design element that I mentioned, the entire site is focused around a central park and middle school site. This is 35 acres in the middle of the project. And then there are pedestrian trails that link to the neighborhoods and connect through the project. This is what the PUD zone document looks like. It can be a little bit hard to decipher in that setting, so we're going to go through it piece by piece so that you understand exactly what's being proposed in terms of land uses. So the residential land uses is what we'll start with. Again, that park and middle school site right in the middle of the project. Surrounding the park and middle school site would be the single-family detached product, right? Detached residential, 4 to 8 dwelling units per acre. And that's a little over 153 acres would be that residential piece. Single family attached, right, a little bit higher density, almost 30 acres there to the west of the single family detached, 6 to 15 dwelling units per acre for the single family attached. And then moving up in density to the multifamily piece on the east side of the park and school site, about 20 acres. So finally, along Tower Road, here central to the site, adjacent to Tower Road, is two mixed-use areas. These are designated as planning areas. The mixed-use areas would include a mixture of residential and non-residential or more commercial-type uses. So you'll see this mixed-use area in both the residential and the non-residential land use categories. The particular, for a residential piece, they could have up to 70% residential in the mixed-use area. So again, we'll keep that mixed-use area for the non-residential land uses. Again, that could be retail and commercial-type uses. Moving to more straight commercial, right? Retail and office uses, you'll see are on the edges, right? This corner of 88th and Tower Road, the corner of 96th Avenue and Tower Road, and then along 96th Avenue and that north side of E470 worth the interchange. So quite a bit of non-residential of this commercial area, again, almost 85 acres, commercial retail office. Our other non-residential land use is this office flex space, right? This is our main employment land use. It could be light industrials or tech-related, 168 acres. So a large portion of this site is this office flex space. So you'll see the remaining sites here highlighted in blue are the detention areas. So there's 2 detention sites located within this project. And again, this little outlier piece is City of Aurora water facility, and it is not included within the proposal tonight. So I want to highlight this potential office flex space is called out as Area R, Planning Area R. And this particular planning area would be the potential location for a well site. And we'll get into those details, but I did want to highlight where that is. And it's specifically only in that Area R. So the potential oil and gas well pad. As you know, oil and gas development has a separate permitting process, but the underlying zoning does have to allow the use. It was determined that that office flex use would be the most compatible. And again, it is the oil and gas use is only proposed to be allowed in that planning Area R. And actually, a side note here for some additional notes, the oil and gas site may be relocated to the east side of E470, completely off of the land area that we're speaking about tonight. Those are negotiations that are currently taking place. The applicant may have some additional updates for you on that, but it's negotiations between the property owner and the oil and gas operator. It's my understanding that the applicant would prefer that east side of E470 as there are no residential uses on that side. So that may be something that we can get a little bit more information about. Again, just to highlight, only in this planning Area R, highlighted in the blue, would be where a potential oil and gas site could be located based on the land use table. So a few details about this potential site. It would include 16 wells, be 12 acres after the initial drilling, and that's about a 25 to 30-year operation lifespan. The potential site on this planning Area R would be approximately 1,000 feet from residential and 1,500 feet from a school site. There is not an exact location included, again, just within that planning area R. At the Planning Commission meeting last month, the Planning Commission actually recommended a change to the land use tables specific to the subsurface extraction, right, this oil and gas use. The Planning Commission recommended a change that that use be allowed as a conditional use only rather than a use by right in order to allow an additional level of review, right, with site specifics, right, that way that Planning Commission, City Council could perhaps add buffering requirements or screen requirements or something like that depending on the exact location. So that is the recommendation from Planning Commission. I know we're jumping ahead just a little bit, but since we were talking about the oil and gas, I wanted to mention that. So some other details of this site, right, the infrastructure. Obviously, the roadway network is essential and important. This property essentially is surrounded by arterials, right? Those are highlighted in red, East 88th Avenue, Tower Road, and East 96th Avenue. There's an existing interchange with E470 at 96th Avenue. There is a potential future, I should say future, not potential, a future E470 interchange at East 88th Avenue that is in the E470 master plan. So there's not a date for that to be built, but that is in the master plan and that would be coming in the future. So again, key intersections, key roadway that would set this up, right? It's important for this project. The internal roadways are collectors as highlighted in purple. So important roadway network surrounding this project. And this is an excerpt from the Transportation Master Plan. And you can see it aligns with that. Tower Road and East 96th Avenue are principal arterials, again, with collectors internal to the site, and 88th Avenue being a minor arterial to the south. And again, our master transportation plan also shows that future interchange at 88th Avenue and E470. A little bit more about the infrastructure, the stormwater on this project. Grandma Gulch is to the southwest corner of this project, and it feeds to Second Creek. The T88 diversion project redirects some flows to the north towards Grandma Gulch. And as we saw on that diagram, there are ponds near the northwest and the southwest corner of the site. Essential services, water and wastewater are available to the site. Water lines are located in Tower Road. Sewer lines are located in Tower Road and 96th Avenue. Specific to water, there are additional ERUs that would be required. The applicant would have to bring additional water resources to the site, and that is something that they're currently working with South Adams County Water and Sanitation District on. No, we wouldn't approve plats if there was not sufficient water, but that would be coming in the future. Also related to right, our water and wastewater, there are GIDs. Those are actually for the appropriate GID boards later tonight. And so those are currently being reviewed for inclusion in those districts. There's also metro districts that are under separate review. We've heard a lot about airport compatibility lately. There are no objections to this project from DIA. None of the residential areas in this project are within the restrictive noise contours for DIA. Building heights, as usual, would be subject to FAA standards, and we would review that as development would occur. So located to the south of the site, south of 88th Avenue, is the Tower landfill. It is a non-hazardous solid and liquid waste disposal site. The Tower landfill still has 25 to 30 years of active operation left. Pretty significant amount of time there. The PUD zone document accounts for the adjacency to the landfill and provides essentially not only a buffer, but is designed in such a way as to accommodate that. There's the office flex space, and the right-of-way creates about 1,200 feet from the landfill to any potential residential areas. The actual buffer required along 88th Avenue varies from about 50 to 80 feet. And there's also some language in the PUD zone document that requires the uses along 88th Avenue to have the buildings on the north side of the sites with the parking and those types of uses along the south to create that additional buffer space. So the PUD approval criteria, I will just highlight a few of these for you. Right, it is consistent with the comprehensive plan. It is consistent with the previous concept schematic. It does address a unique situation by allowing a mixture of uses, densities, and together, which could not be achieved through a straight zoning district. It is integrated with adjacent development. The roadway network has been set up in such a way as that it will be compatible and will feed into the development surrounding the project. We believe it mitigates any adverse impact on adjacent properties. And there actually is quite a bit of phasing that we have worked with the applicant that will be coming in terms of how the project develops. They're proposing to include their single-family detached residential as some of their first phases. So on January 14th, the Planning Commission did vote 5-0 to recommend approval to City Council subject to one condition, the condition I previously mentioned, specifically as listed in the table of land uses on sheet 8 of the Legato PUD zone document. The subsurface extraction land use shall be changed to a conditional use rather than a use by right. And with that, city staff is available to answer any questions you may have. The applicant is also here tonight and does have a presentation for you as well.
Anyone on council have questions for staff? Councilman Hurst?
Yes, thank you. Thank you for your presentation. I really appreciate that. Can I ask, in this project plan, would there be plans to rehab 88th Avenue east of Tower Road or 96th Avenue east of Tower Road? Rehab, upgrade, whatever the case may be. As you're driving out to the landfill, it's a fairly rough road, and so that's a concern of mine for the residential development after it goes up.
Excuse me, what I can say about that is I know it is not in the immediate future CIP projects. The city engineer may want to give you some more details about the future of those roads. Obviously, right, Tower Road has recently been widened. I don't know the timeline for 88th Avenue.
Oh, yeah. Okay. Any other questions? Councilwoman Noble?
Yes. I have a question about why the oil and gas activity is included in this project. It's my understanding if they're saying that it will be 12 acres after completion, that it's from the boundary to boundary. It's not from wellhead to boundary. It's from boundary to boundary. And it seems like the school and park would be very close to the site. I'm not clear as to why this seems reasonable under public health, safety, and welfare conditions.
A couple of things. Again, I'm hoping that we get an update from the applicant tonight, but I believe they are working to negotiate to move that site to the east side of E470. That would take it completely out of the area that's within the PUD zone document we're talking about tonight. So it seems like that is likely. However, because there is an existing agreement in place, as I understand it, it potentially could be located in that one planning area. Again, that you're certainly right, there's locational requirements and things like that that would have to be met. And we can certainly get an update from the applicant as to where those negotiations are and how likely that is to move.
Because we are being asked tonight to consider approval of this as it stands, not as what if it moves across, but as we see it. Is that correct?
Correct. So certainly one option would be to approve it, right, per the Planning Commission recommendation with that conditional use, right, so that it would be reviewed again when there was a specific site location. Another option would be to take it out entirely, right, or to there's a variety of options, I think, open to council. But I did want to bring it to your attention that it seems, like I said, a possibility that it would be moving. So even if it were approved as is, and then it moved to the other side, right, the underlying zoning would still be in place. It would still be office flex would be allowed in there.
And this is across the street from the landfill as well.
It is on the north side of the landfill, that's correct, planning area R.
And the landfill accepts materials from that kind of industry as well. So there's a lot of intensity, concentration, and proximity for anyone who lives in this project.
Thank you. Are there any other questions for staff? This time I'd like to invite the applicant forward to address the council.
Good evening. Hi, my name is Bradley Burns. I live at 9875 West La Mancha Avenue, Las Vegas, Nevada, 89149. First, I want to thank really all of you for being here tonight. I know it's kind of a rough day here in Colorado. Maybe you're all used to it. I'm really not. Wasn't sure if I was going to be able to fly in or not. And also want to thank staff. You know, we've been working with them over the last year and a half, working from the comprehensive plan very thoroughly that you guys have put forth to us and utilizing really exactly what you've put in your comprehensive plan. So if I can run through my little PowerPoint presentation here. Oh, am I doing this? No, I didn't last time. How's this work? All right. So the project as it sits today is in front of you is a zoning document, specifically to hard zone these sites to allow us to further come to you to develop the property. And if you look at this next page here, to the lower right, you see your original comp plan, your future land uses. And so the pink and peach, if you will, is the mixed use. The gold in the middle is the medium residential, 4 to 8 units. The red is your commercial, and the pink lavender, I guess, is the office flex. And if you go back to our project, you'll see if you overlaid one to the other, it would be very cohesive based on the city's future land use of this property. So when we met almost a year ago with Planning Commission, they allowed our concept plan to move forward. This is what we brought to them. And way back then, you see the approximate location of the well pad to the right in that zoning area R, known as the office flex space. And again, we've really just continued with this process to emulate what we think and what the staff and your commission has moved us forward on. Overall, legato is a term that is seamless and continuous. It's a musical note. And the idea of our neighborhood here is that we're trying to implement a true live, work, play effort. So, does this thing have a pointer? Well, if you look at area Q and up in the corner there, we intend to put a outdoor amphitheater as a focal point for the neighborhood, to be a divider in a sense between the residential and the owner users of the office flex space. And the idea there is, you know, folks, parents work over here, the kids could be at home, but there's a nice common meeting area in the middle. And then in addition, throughout the whole community, we have trails and parks. So you see a huge level of connectivity between the 25-acre school site we're donating to the school district for this project, the 10-acre park that we as well are donating to the city for this project. And then in addition, that's not listed here, I'm not really sure why, but right in front of, maybe where's the best place to go to it? If you look at the Aurora well site, water site, that little 314 feet in between that and the street, Dunkirk, is a proposed fire station. So South Adams County Fires come to us, ask us for a 2-acre site. We have obliged to them as well. So that creates a tremendous safety element for the whole community as well. You know, having a local fire station within the community, I think, is pretty special, as well as the school. And the school district, I do not think, has decided yet if it's going to be a elementary school or a middle school, but it could be either or is what I'm told. Again, you know, the effort of Legato is cohesion and a seamless effort between the neighborhoods and the Office Flex, and then ultimately what we're going to be calling Legato East. And this is basically your arterials. One thing that I did notice, maybe slightly different in Jennifer's programming compared to ours here, is the street between the mixed use and the single family attached, just between the 90th and 94th, is a narrower street, so those two neighborhoods can look at each other. In a sense, so the single family attached can walk across the street and go to the mixed use, and vice versa if they want to go into the park or maybe over to the amphitheater. So we've created this connectivity and the idea to create this cohesion within the community. This is just more of our trail system. And then one of the Councilman Hurst, sir, you had asked about 88th and 96th. 88th is going to be widened with a 2-lane road on our side and brand new. And then 96 is actually going to be 3 lanes on our side. It's actually ultimately a 6-lane road. And so we are, in our spine road infrastructure, is plans to improve the southerly side of 96, 3 lanes, fully improved. Okay. And this is all the green, we have miles of green space, we have acres of open space. You know, 92nd Avenue is our core central, come on in and visit our community location. And then this is the type of architecture we're hoping will, you know, this is a postmodern era type of architecture. You have from contemporary to what they call transitional to what they have farmhouse-like. And we are actually, we've submitted some design guidelines to the city. They're under review now. And, you know, we're working with the city to finalize those as well as we move forward with the project. This is just how some of the office commercial stuff may look. Now, this is stuff we've actually pre-selected. The lower left-hand corner there gives you an idea of what the amphitheater ultimately will look like. We have some elevation over there, so we were going to create like a little snow hill too for kids. So that was kind of cool. We thought to try to create an opportunity, again, to bring the office, the families, and hopefully motivate people to live and work right there. That's the goal. The type of park benches, trash enclosures, coverage, it's what we're anticipating in the neighborhood. Be a little more look. And then we wouldn't be so bold to put signs out on the property until you folks have approved us, of course. But, you know, this is kind of the idea, though. To promote Legato, one of your commissioners asked me, how are we going to get people to work there, and how are we going to get offices there, and whatnot. But, you know, frankly, I can't do anything until I get approved. And when I was, you know, and I've had inquiries, but I can't tell them I can move forward until we have this opportunity that you folks are giving us tonight. But this is the coloring of Legato as a whole. This is some of our signage. Now, this has not yet been approved. I want to make sure that's clear to everybody. Staff is working on that now, and that is part of our design guidelines. You know, again, tonight, I mean, this is really just to try to give you an idea of what Legato is going to feel like and be for you. And you know, we think it's a wonderful, of course we do. I think it's a wonderful addition to your community. But it's a cohesive addition, and it will provide work and more opportunities for your citizens. Just some of the shrubbery that goes in. We do have a couple roundabouts that we'll be putting in. So that's an example of one of the roundabouts. That's our main 92nd Street entry. And then we feel Legato meets the comprehensive plan and all your criteria. It complies with city comprehensive plan. It complies with your PUD concept plan, previously approved 5-0 by Planning Commission. The PUD complies with all your city standards, provides connections with adjacent developments. PUD provides mitigation measure for potential adverse impacts of surrounding uses due to the pushing the major industrial and commercial and the Denver Tech Center stuff over to the east side of the property. Also provides the connectivity by improving 96. 96 is quite busy these days because they detract folks from the airport, busy off of Pena, and they turn them down 96. So this will be great as well. Public services, parks, fire stations, schools, public safety, transportation utilities are all available to serve the development. And, you know, the phasing is logical. Residential will go first, then off will go. PUD does establish development standards for the development. That's within the zone document for the hard zoning. And then we are submitting a comprehensive set of design guidelines. Questions?
Any members of council have questions for the applicant? Councilman Wadiola?
Thank you for your presentation. I know staff member said that you guys are in works of moving that oil well or pad proposed. Could you give us a little bit more details about that?
Can you guys, can we pull this up? Can you pull this thing up? Or no? This is that oil and gas west end. Thank you. There we go. Can we turn this slightly? Thank you, sir. There you go. So the oil and gas site, if you can, however you want to leave it. There you go. I think that may be better. Yeah. So right now, apparently XOG has submitted an application to you for the west side. That application was not signed by us as the owner because we were requesting from XOG where will their pipeline easements go. And in the midst of that, that was approximately July last year. In the midst of that and getting those easement information from XOG to us as the owner, we got a call from one of your city attorneys and also Dominique about the idea of putting that oil and gas well pad to the east side. We said, great, sure, we'll help you any way we can. So so from that point, you know, we knew you guys were working on your ordinance. And so what we're showing you here is the pad location that we would approve that, of course, before you give a permit, you have to approve, and you have to agree to it, and you have to agree to the landscaping, fencing, all the things that Dominique said before. Because again, all we're doing is zoning. The oil well pad there is based on an SUA that's in place today. But if you pass your ordinance, and if it stays on the west side, currently, we would put that oil well pad in that rectangular section to the right that shows it's 1,506 feet from the well pad boundary to the school site boundary. And that's your ordinance, I believe, your proposed ordinance, I believe currently is going to be about 1,500 feet. So we were looking out for the city's interests as well as ours, as well as our future residents, to ensure that those easements, if it went on the west side, would be sitting right there and would be acceptable with your new proposed ordinance. Okay? Now, if you can wipe all that out, again, September, we got a call. We were asked to move it to the east side. We said, sure, we'll do that. So we have been working diligently with XOG. We want to move it to the east side. There is one person at XOG here, and they can come and talk, and they'll tell you they want to move it to the east side. And so we don't have our east side PUD in front of you yet, but I happen to have like a drawing of where it's going to go. And this is where we've agreed to where it's going to go. And we've also, they already have the temporary easements, the permanent easement, the permanent site size, the temporary site size. And we just had one little correction today, but frankly, it's the lawyers, no offense, guys, the lawyers are working through the new agreement. But I really feel very confident it's going to go to the east side. So if you'd like to see this real quick, thanks very much. We will be, the ultimate goal is to get this thing on the east side. We are so close. I think they'll tell you that too if they speak tonight. And so if you can turn that, there you go, thanks, Matt. So 96 sits on the north and 88th is on the south. And if you see the road that goes to that old toll station, you guys remember the toll station that's there? That's basically our center road. And then the well pad you can see will be sitting just to the north of that. And that really works out well for them to transport their oil directly north and I believe also south. And that's where we are. And so they've agreed on that location. They've agreed on the temporary use of the 16 acres they initially need, the permanent use of the 12 acres they will be at, and then the pipeline easements. And again, today there's one modification, but you know, until it's done, it's not done. But if it does go on the west side for any reason, it would comply with any future ordinance. And you folks, because your commission recommended to make it conditional if it goes into planning area R on the west side, then you'll have a very good chance to review all that and everything they're doing there. But I don't think that'll happen, and I believe very strong you'll be on the east side.
Do you have a proposed timeline for that agreement to be approved by the lawyers or?
Well, they're lawyers.
Right.
You know, I don't know. You know, tonight we're under a zoning document that is just for zoning. I don't, you know, the negotiation between us and them, I don't think the city wants to be involved with at all, and nor hold us accountable to that at all. But maybe you do. But I suspect within a week or two, I really do feel that way. I mean, you can talk to him if he comes up. But yeah, we're so close. I mean, we're just so close.
Good. Councilwoman Allen Thomas.
Thank you for coming and presenting to us. But I'm just curious with the recent increased amount like of debris that blows along Tower Road. Has, you know, like from tractors and trailers and the landfill, has the company looked into like best practices or a way to stop debris that will be potentially blowing into those residents' homes that will live along that route?
Yeah, so if we could take this off and go back to the presentation, sir? Can we take this off, go back to the presentation? Oh, excuse me. If you take a look, there's a couple things. If you take a look at this, it shows the 50-foot meet. So you have the new right-of-way that we're building, and then you have the 50-foot buffer, and then that buffer actually is raised up, so it kind of comes up as a swell and drops down. So it also mitigates the visual, but that's really it now.
So the buffer wouldn't potentially stuff blowing over into those residential homes? This buffer is like a wall, or what? I can't.
Well, I mean, no, there's no wall. It's an open buffer, and then there'll be there's about 80 acres there. So one day there'll be a multitude of office flex buildings there, which may mitigate that as well. And then, we have no control of how the wind blows and what happens there.
Thank you.
Councilman Hurst?
Thank you for your presentation. I appreciate the answers on 96 and 88. That's a concern of mine only because as we put density into the area, obviously those transportation connection points from Tower Road to E470, so on and so forth, becomes very huge for just our overall system. And so my concern was, what's the city plans and what's your guys' plan? So I appreciate you offering that. I think to Jennifer's question real quick, it's on the landfill to do those mitigation efforts, part of their permits. So hopefully the pressure would also be on them too as development comes to the area. But with that being said, we looked at the picture of the proposed new proposed well site on the east side. Could you give us a rough idea? I was trying to look at scale, a rough idea of how far back that would be off of, just say like the entrance into the property from the commercial sites. Did it add 1,000 feet? Did it add 500 feet? I know the right of way for E470 is a significant distance, and it's beyond the right of way. And so I was just trying to get an estimate of, is it 2,500 feet from the neighborhood or?
Yeah, so from 470 east is approximately, maybe it's better I take 96. You take 96, you go to the freeway, that's a mile, right? So, if you go across and you look down, you're probably 3/4 of a mile.
Okay.
Yeah, approximately 3/4 of a mile.
So it probably adds about a little over a quarter mile to the distance between the space of where it was and to where it would be proposed if we moved it.
Yeah, it's actually, if you look at the map there, and you can see the old well pad location on the west side, and that gray amoeba, it's just north of that.
Right.
It seemed to be the most prudent spot for everybody relative to, their need to extract the oil and then where it is, and then the location to try to mitigate and how it feels within our Legato East, PUD ultimately. We're asking them, of course, to abide by all city ordinances for landscape buffers and whatnot. So it should be pretty nice over there, actually.
All right, I appreciate that. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Councilwoman Noble?
Thank you very much. It looks lovely. I have a question about the width of the lanes in the residential area. Are these one lane? Can two cars pass each other, two vehicles pass each other?
Yes, so they are public streets, so they meet your city code for your public streets, and so that is a 60-foot right. Public Works.
So they are all public streets, and the residential cross-section is 54-foot right-of-way, and it's 34 feet flow line to flow line for the road width. So yes, two cars can get by.
Okay, and that was important because we have developments that are one lane. So this is not one lane then.
And even
Carriage homes.
Even in the mixed use to the single family attached, we made it a regular road, if you will, so we could park and people can enjoy walking back and forth.
You mentioned, I think Craig just brought it up also, a future 470 interchange?
Well, there's some plans out there for 88th and the 470, but they, I think it's years away.
We recently met with the director of E470, and that's $180 to $200 million for one of these interchanges, and they will expect the city to participate. So those are all challenging, of course. I noticed, this may not be a question for you, but I noticed on the presentation from city staff that it said that this would involve 10 metro districts, and these were under review.
So we have made an application to the city for metro districts, correct?
Okay, so that would be something of interest also, since we are looking at the service plans for metro districts.
Yes, ma'am.
And then regarding the zoning, I don't know if you can answer this question or if it's even an appropriate question, but the fact that oil and gas is included in your plans and residential and so forth, all of what's happening there, on our calendar is looking at zoning for oil and gas activity, and that's coming further along in the year. This would essentially strip the city council of its authority to do so if we go ahead and approve a zoning change that includes oil and gas activity.
If I understand it correctly, I mean, let the lawyers tell you, but in my understanding of this, you are zoning that location R, and there currently is a surface use agreement to get to that location to put a well pad. But there is no official application in front of you for that, for those wells today. There is no easements for transportation of pipelines today. So there's nothing today that says that's going to go on the west side besides the request of staff to show where it may be. And that's what we've done. But when you approve our plan tonight, or I hope you approve our plan tonight, excuse me, when, get those words out right. Anyway, you will just be zoning that R, flex space, and if a oil well pad goes there in front of you, it'll be on a basis of a conditional permit, as your planning commission requested, and then they will have to abide by all your ordinances either then or in the future, I presume.
Are you replying upon the oil and gas plans for your financing to support
No, ma'am.
your plan?
Not even close. No, ma'am.
Mr. Sheasley.
Thank you, Mayor Huseman. If I may, just to answer that question, and also to touch on the metro districts, the city manager's office and I are meeting with the attorneys for representing the metro district that is to be, or the 10 metro districts that are proposed to be formed tomorrow. There are a number of staff questions to be worked through. The applicant has requested to come before council in March in order to meet a May deadline. Not relevant really to this decision on zoning tonight, but just so you know where that is in the process. As far as zoning, because it is a PUD, this is a request for council to exercise its discretion in zoning this evening, as opposed to stripping council of the authority to zone. This would be council acting in its zoning authority here. The new regulations that would be contemplated relate to the city's standard zone districts, not to PUDs. And so this would not be affected. However, the city council of the city can rezone with certain limits any property that is currently zoned in the city. So the city council can always choose to exercise that legislative discretion later. And then the last element is, and I believe this is what you touched on, the way that Planning Commission has recommended it is adding an element of council control over the use on this site if it does go forward through the conditional use permit. However, I do want to note that the use right now is allowed in that area R, as I think you alluded to. It would be allowed anywhere. The current use agreement limits it, I believe, to a certain area, or is proposed in a certain area if it does go forward, but the entirety of that zoning district would be an allowable use there with
City
the conditional
Attorney
use
Sheesley,
permit.
I could use more understanding about what you're talking about. So the current planned unit development is sort of a bucket of zoning stuff. And that has included forever oil and gas activity in every single zone, basically.
No, ma'am. Every PUD is a zoning bucket, essentially, but every PUD is unique within the city. Currently, each PUD would determine in the city individually for that parcel, for that property, whether oil and gas subsurface extraction is an allowable use. For most of the PUDs where it is addressed, I believe it is indicated as a conditional use permit for the existing PUDs within the city. In our standard zone districts, it is an allowable use with, again, certain restrictions. But in this property, it is not currently, there are no uses currently allowed on this property.
And upcoming, when we are considering this issue of zoning and involving oil and gas activity, what was the point of that exercise?
So the zoning and land use table throughout the city for standard zone districts identifies uses that are allowable in each category of zone district, and that in each zone district, and that the zoning element of the future oil and gas regulations that have been proposed was to address those standard zone districts, but not particular PUDs. And I just want to turn around and look at the people that were more involved in drafting that just to make sure. And the proposal in those regulations was to make a standard zone district where oil and gas use was limited to industrial zone districts, but
Right.
it would not affect PUDs.
Right, so that it wouldn't necessarily be, so if you just put, this is one big zone or multiple zones in this proposal.
The PUD
We're changing one, right?
It's a large, nearly section-size parcel, I believe.
But it's including residential, commercial, parks, schools, office flex,
Correct.
and subsurface extraction.
Correct. Yes. You could
I don't
go
think
down.
there's anything that could be added. Churches, maybe.
I don't believe there are other industrial uses identified largely, but I haven't looked at the PUD. The use tables in here define for each of the parcels the acceptable uses and any restrictions on those. But that is the intent of the PUD, to address and provide a unique combination of zoning for a property.
Because in the future, and based upon enactment of SB 19181, we have the ability to deny zoning that is adversely impacts public health and safety and welfare and can't be ameliorated. And I don't see how this can be ameliorated given its location.
I just want to caution that the public hearing is still open, and so the council members use the opportunity to just ask questions. But I do want to note that zoning authority for cities, especially home rule cities, pre-existed 181. So There is authority there to zone, but for the purposes of this zoning, that is a question before you ultimately tonight, once the hearing's closed, as to whether the use would be appropriate here and whether any conditions would be acceptable.
So what's in front of you tonight is the R office flex, and if an oil well goes there, it'd be conditional, and then you guys would see it again, not from us, but from the oil well folks. So the hard zoning, each of R, tract R, and tract Q, P, and O, and C, and so on and so forth, will take place tonight if you give us that blessing. But the actual, will a well be drilled there, will only be before you with a conditional permit in the future. You will have your time to speak on that, of course, at that point.
City Manager McBroom, you had something to add? Good. Councilman Hurst. Are there any other questions for the applicant? Thank you, sir, for coming forward.
Thank you very
Appreciate you traveling. Hope you have safe travels back to Las
Thank you.
Vegas. Is anyone in the audience that would like to address council on this matter? Seeing none, I'll close the public hearing. This time, would like City Attorney Sheasley to address voting requirements for this matter.
Thank you, Mayor Huseman. I just want to note, because this is a unique circumstance, it's a zoning ordinance, and zoning ordinances under our charter are unlike any other zoning ordinance, because under section 10.11 of the charter, not less than a majority of council members in office at the time the vote is taken are required to overrule a recommendation from the Planning Commission on any vote involving a zoning ordinance. That is normally not relevant because there are 9 of you here. Tonight we have a recommendation for approval of an ordinance with a condition, but there are only 6 of you present. So in order to do anything other than approve the ordinance in line with that recommendation would require a vote of 5. So that would be to amend the ordinance or to deny the ordinance, would require a vote of 5. The opposite of that is that if you don't reach 5 opposing a motion to approve, meaning if 2 people vote for approval of the ordinance as recommended, the ordinance would be approved on first reading. It is a quirk of our charter that is very rarely coming into play, but we've now seen a couple times in the last couple years. So I just wanted to make council aware of that before they voted and took any further action on that. I'm here if there are any questions. It's complicated. I want to make sure I made that as clear as I could.
Councilwoman Noble.
Can the ordinance be amended?
Yes, the ordinance as it's presented includes the condition in section 5, which states that subsurface extraction is changed from a use by right to a conditional use permit. A vote to amend that would require, as I mentioned tonight, a vote of 5 to change that against the recommendation of the Planning Commission based on that charter provision. So it could be amended, but 5 of you tonight would have to agree on that amendment.
Any other questions for the attorney?
I'm sorry that I just don't understand why we're being asked to vote on something that where a portion of the development might make more sense, would make more sense potentially on the other side of the highway.
That is the question that is before the council tonight. That is the applicant's desire to include that use on their property, and it's within the city council's authority to vote to approve that use or to change it. However, the council's authority is circumscribed by the charter as far as the voting requirements.
Councilman Hurst.
Just ask that we're clarifying, because I just want to make sure that all of us understand the condition that we would be voting on tonight would allow us to fully hear any oil pad approval if it were to be placed on the west side of E470. So moving forward, we would have to hear that whole entire case for a conditional use permit before approving the conditional use permit, before any oil and gas operation took place west of E470 on this zoning.
Correct. That's the condition in addition to the oil and gas permit under our code.
and I think that's what, I'm not speaking for her, but I think that's what she's struggling with is that what are our moves to potentially stop that so we can protect health and environment moving forward, being so close to schools, residential. And so I'm just trying to make sure we all have the same basic understanding of what's going on here so we don't keep going down this path.
Council's options with regard to the zoning ordinance are, one, to approve it as recommended by the Planning Commission. That requires a simple majority vote tonight. So 4 of you. You could move to approve it and then amend it to either walk that back to a use by right or remove the use entirely and strike oil and gas from the zoning document. Each of those motions would require a vote of 5 to approve, and then a vote of 5 to approve the ordinance as amended on first reading. Your other option is to deny the zoning ordinance, which would require a vote of 5, or you could continue the matter, reopen the public hearing if there's additional information you wanted, or just continue the matter until the March meeting. So that's a broad list of options. That would be a simple majority vote, since I've listed other votes.
Thank you, sir. Councilwoman Noble.
And I would like to make a motion to approve Z-953-18-20.
I'm going to stop you. Please stop for a second.
Okay.
We're not to that phase of the script.
Pardon me?
We're not to that phase of the script. There are
Oh,
other
we're not.
actions that need
Okay.
to take place prior to that.
It might not have been where you thought I was going, though.
Well, okay.
But I won't do it yet.
You're not to that point yet.
Okay, I'll stop.
Thank you. First, I'm looking for a motion and a second to accept the findings and recommendations of the Planning Commission on case Z953-18-20. Councilman Hurst.
I'd like to move to make a motion to accept the recommendations of the Planning Commission on case Z953-18-20.
Thank you. Do I have a second to accept the findings and recommendations of the Planning Commission?
May I clarify, this is not approving of any case in any way. It is simply taking the recommendation into the record as a formal act.
Councilwoman Grimes.
May I ask a point of clarification? If this is seconded and approved, just the recommendations and findings, can we still walk it back?
This would simply be accepting, saying you have received the findings and recommendations, not saying you agree with the findings and recommendations. That would be the vote on the ordinance that would follow. I think, does that help?
Yes,
Okay.
then I would second the motion.
I have a motion and a second to accept the findings and recommendations of the Planning Commission on case Z953-18-20. Any discussion? Take a voice vote. All those in favor of accepting the findings and recommendations from the Planning Commission on case Z953-18-20 signify by saying aye. All those opposed say nay. For the record, the vote passes 5-1, with Councilwoman Noble being the nay. This time, I'm looking for a motion and a second to introduce ordinance Z-953-18-20 and approve on first reading by council as seated. Councilman Hurst.
I'd like to make a motion to introduce ordinance Z953-18-20 and approve on first reading by council as seated.
Councilwoman Noble. Okay, the time is not for an amendment right now. I have a motion on the floor, and I'm looking for a second. All right, I will second the motion. So I have a motion and a second. That is allowed, right? Thank you. I have a motion and a second to introduce ordinance Z-953-18-20 and approve on first reading by council as seated. At this time, are there any other motions? Councilwoman Noble.
I'd like to respectfully request an amendment that the oil and gas pad be removed from ordinance Z-953-18-20.
I have a motion to amend the ordinance to remove the allowance of any subsurface extraction within the PUD zone for ordinance Z-953-1820. Is there a second? Councilwoman Alan Thomas?
I'll second that motion.
Mayor
Have a-
Huesman.
What's that?
Sorry. Because it's a written ordinance, may I offer one modification, as you stated? Just to strike the clause in section 5 of the written ordinance regarding allowing subsurface extraction as a use.
So I have a motion and a second to amend the ordinance to delete the condition in section 5 as stated in the clause with beginning subject to the condition, and delete subsurface extraction as a use and references related to subsurface extraction and oil and gas facilities in the PUD zone document. Correct? Correct. Discussion? Councilwoman Noble? Councilman Wadiola?
Thank you, Mayor. Would that be all right with the applicant? I think that's something that maybe they could come up and, since they've done all this work, to see if, and that was going on the first question, if how sure you are to move it to the east side. Would that be all right with you?
Are you okay with this?
Yeah, you can address that, that's fine.
I'm okay. Do I need to read? Okay, excuse me. It's a very touchy situation, folks. We've signed an SUA, a surface use agreement, that says we'll work with those folks to allow them to extract oil from Section 22. And the location of that SUA actually.
I do want to, if I may, there's a limit on allowing additional, this is not testimony. I think you kind of are looking for a simpler answer perhaps as far as yes or no possible.
I can't answer yes or no. So the SUA requires me to work with the oil and gas folks.
Thank you.
That's it.
Thank you. You have additional comments? No? All right, like I said, I have a motion and a second on the floor to amend the ordinance to delete the condition in section 5 as stated in the clause beginning with subject to the condition, and to delete subsurface extraction as a use and references deleted to subsurface extraction in the oil and gas facilities in the PUD zone document. We'll take a voice vote on that.
Yes, and that is just a vote on that change, not on the ordinance overall. And yes, you.
Actually, can you cue this up for a roll call vote, please?
The vote is now open.
All right, that is a tie vote, which means that motion fails. So the ordinance in front of us is the original ordinance, which currently states that any subsurface condition is a conditional use permit as opposed to use by right. I have a motion and second on the floor for that one. Is there any discussion? All right, seeing no discussion, we'll go ahead and do this as a roll call vote as well.
Yes. I will read the title.
Oh, yeah.
Just so everybody knows we're.
1 second, Councilman Hurst would like to talk.
I better ask for permission to say what I'm going to say before I say it. Can I talk about why we voted the way on the last one and why I thought it was more appropriate to vote on this one?
You are allowed to explain your votes and to state your position regarding the vote you're about to take, or to attempt to persuade your fellow council members either way.
The whole purpose for the conditional use permit is for us to be able to assess the entire situation. Although I tend to agree that the outcome would be the same, I feel like the conditional use permit process allows for all parties involved to present the case as needed, and this is not the time and place to discuss those facts. And so that is the reason that I pushed for a conditional use permit, approving the conditional use permit change that the Planning Commission suggested. And so that is the reason that I voted the way I did on the last vote, and I'm sure you could guess how I'm going to vote on the vote coming in front of us.
Any other discussion? Okay, will the city attorney please read the title?
Ordinance Z 9531820, an ordinance approving a replacement PUD zone document for approximately 600 acres to allow residential, commercial, parks and schools, office/flex, and subsurface extraction of oil and gas for the property generally located on the northeast corner of East 88th Avenue and Tower Road in Commerce City, Colorado, currently zoned to PUD.
Title's been read. We'll take a roll call vote. All right, that is 3-3. We do not have enough votes to overturn, therefore the measure passes.
That's correct.
Thank you. And because of that, that will show up on second reading and not on the consent agenda.
Correct, and I've advised the absent council members that if they wish to participate in the decision at the next meeting, they would need to review the public hearing and the materials in the packet and confirm that prior to the vote.
Thanks, sir. All right, now moving on to the ordinances portion of our agenda. The first ordinance up is Ordinance 2257, which is amending the 2020 budget for the Ragweed Draw Ball Field project. Does anyone on council have questions for staff regarding this item? Would anyone in the audience like to address the council on this matter? Seeing none, looking for a motion and a second to introduce ordinance 2257 by council as seated and approve the ordinance on first reading. Councilman Hurst.
I'd like to make a motion to approve the ordinance 2257 by council as seated. Approve the ordinance on first reading.
Councilwoman Grimes.
Second the motion.
I have a motion and a second to introduce ordinance 2257 by council as seated and approve the ordinance on first reading. Will the city attorney please read the title?
Ordinance 2257, an ordinance amending the 2020 budget of the city of Commerce City, Colorado by transferring $87,500 from the lottery fund to the CIPP fund for costs associated with the Ragweed Draw Ball Fields project and authorization of the expenditure thereof.
I think we'll take a roll call vote, seeing no discussion.
Councilmember Noble.
For the record, ordinance 2257 is passed unanimously by council as seated. We'll move on to ordinance 2261, establishing a Veterans Commission. Is there anyone on council that has questions for staff? Seeing none, are there any audience members that would like to address council on this matter? Seeing none, I'm looking for a motion and second to introduce ordinance 2261 by council as seated and approve the ordinance on first reading. Councilwoman Noble.
I move to approve ordinance 2261 on first reading to establish a Veterans Commission and amend the Commerce City Revised Municipal Code relative to such commission.
Thank you. Councilwoman Allen Thomas.
I'll second the motion.
I have a motion and a second to introduce ordinance 2261 by council as seated and approve the ordinance on first reading. Is there any discussion? Will the city attorney please read the title?
Ordinance 2261, an ordinance establishing a Veterans Commission and amending the Commerce City Revised Municipal Code relative to such commission.
We'll take a roll call vote. For the record, ordinance 2261 is approved by council or introduced by council and approved on first reading. I'd like to thank everybody for supporting that initiative. Next up, we have ordinances on second reading. The first is ordinance Land Use Plan -56-20 for the Grunwald Subdivision 1. This ordinance was not approved unanimously and therefore was not eligible to be approved on the consent agenda. The public hearing is closed. I'm looking for a motion and a second to approve Land Use Plan 56-20 on second and final reading. Councilman Hurst?
I'd like to make a motion to approve ordinance LUP 56-20 on second and final reading.
Councilwoman Grimes?
I'll second the motion.
I have a motion and a second to approve ordinance LUP-56-20 on second and final reading. Is there any discussion? Councilwoman Noble?
Yes, I would like to reiterate my concerns that I expressed on first reading. The ingress and egress is of concern. There is no exit ramp at I-76 for this kind of facility. It is very close to residential, as well, and it could have people driving in and out on a regular basis because of the use that's proposed. So I continue to oppose this change.
Councilman Hurst?
Both I-76 and Highway 85 are national highway freight corridors, and we are going to have truck traffic no matter what we do until the feds designate those roads otherwise. And so there's not one single ingress into this location. 104th Avenue is also a very feasible ingress into this, and that is how the land is zoned, and that is an industrial area with a buffer to the residential area, and it was industrial before it was residential.
Any other members wishing to discuss this before we go to vote? Seeing none, will the city attorney please read the title?
Ordinance LUP 5620, an ordinance amending the future land use plan, figure 3.2 of the comprehensive plan of the city of Commerce City for the property known as the Grunwald Subdivision Filing 1, Tract A, generally located at 11100 East 108th Avenue, and Tract B immediately adjacent to the west of Tract A from residential medium to industrial/distribution.
I have a motion and a second. The title has been read. We'll take a roll call vote. For the record, the motion passes 4-2. Next up, we have ordinance Z-957-20, rezoning the Grunwald subdivision. This ordinance was also not approved unanimously and therefore was not eligible to be approved on the consent agenda. The public hearing has been closed. I'm looking for a motion and a second to approve ordinance Z-957-20 on second and final reading. Councilman Hurst.
I'd like to make a motion to approve ordinance Z-957-20 on second and final reading.
Councilwoman Grimes.
I'll second the motion.
I have a motion and a second. Any discussion on this item? Seeing no request for discussion, will the city attorney please read the title?
Ordinance Z-95720, an ordinance rezoning from the R1 single-family detached residential zoning district to the I1 light-intensity industrial zoning district for the property known as the Grunwald Subdivision Filing 1, Tract A, generally located at 11100 East 108th Avenue, and Tract B immediately adjacent to the west of Tract A, more fully described in Exhibit A attached here to and made a part hereof, and amending the zoning map of the city of Commerce City to reflect said rezoning.
Thank you. We'll take a roll call vote. For the record, the motion passes 5-1 and is approved. Congratulations to the applicant. Look forward to the ribbon cutting. Next up, we have administrative business. Would like to have City Manager Troy Smith update the council on the energy audit for the Haunted Building.
You want me to go forward, or you have something else?
We can move forward. We'll go back to that one.
Presented council some information back in January with respect to the Hanan facility assessment, which is currently underway. The question for the council at that time was about whether or not to include as part of the scope of services for that contract for the building assessment for an energy audit. Council's been provided with information for the costs and the scope of work for both components of this audit and assessment. A level 1 energy audit is $9,000, level 2 is $13,000. So we wanted to check in with council and see what you would like to do about adding or not adding an energy audit to the scope of services.
Councilman Hurst.
During the winter budget, or no, it wasn't the winter budget retreat, but last year's budget planning, we allocated $500 additional to the budgeted amount that we were going to put towards the Hanan building. So it was a $500,000 purchase, $500,000 for potential upgrades. I think it's a waste of money if we don't do the energy audit, because we really need to figure out where we're at on this building. I think it's a huge asset to our community as long as we do it correctly. And so I'm advocating for the best energy audit that we can get. And if that's the $4,000 additional dollars, I remember you describing the difference between the two, and the cheaper version simply tells you you have 125 light bulbs, but the additional cost comes with what those light bulbs use in energy, what we would get out of making those LED light bulbs. And that's obviously simplifying this. We're talking about much more in depth, but it just seemed the cost benefit analysis to this is a no-brainer for me, and I'm going to advocate that we spend the extra money to figure out exactly what we're getting if we purchase this building.
Did you make a motion with that?
I would like to make a motion to approve the $13,000 level 2 inspection for the Hanan building energy audit.
I have a motion to approve the city manager's office expending $13,000 for a level 2 energy audit. Is there a second? Councilwoman Grimes?
I'll second the motion.
I have a motion and a second to approve the $13,000 level 2 energy audit being added to the scope of services for the facility condition assessment being provided by McKinstry as part of our due diligence for purchase of the Hanan building from Adams County. Is there any discussion on that? Take a voice vote. All those in favor signify by saying aye. Any opposed say nay. For the record, that carries by 6-0 and unanimous. Now we can go back to the motion that should have been out there. My apologies. I'm looking for a motion and a second to authorize me to sign a GOCO letter of support. And since this is the first time we're seeing this, would someone from the city manager's office please explain what this letter is that we're requesting to have signed for support?
Thankfully, Carolyn Keith is here to give you a brief explanation of it. It's essentially for an updated grant application.
Honorable Mayor, members of City Council, the GOCO Generation Wild, more specifically the Go Wild Northeast Metro Coalition, is a coalition that the City of Commerce City is part of. 3 years ago, GOCO launched the Generation Wild program, which in general is a program about bringing kids and families to the outdoors. This is the first venture that GOCO has ever had with the idea of programming. It has evolved over the last 3 years. Our Go Wild Northeast Metro Coalition our partners are Commerce City, City and County of Denver, the City of Aurora, and then we've got 7 different nonprofits that are part of this coalition. We're now in year 3 of our initial implementation grant, which was a little over $1 million, as well as a small capital grant for our natural play space at Veterans Memorial. And GOCO is looking at extending funding for the first coalition communities that were awarded. So we're in the process right now of a planning phase for this next 3 to 5 years. We don't know what the length of that will be or what the value of the grant could be in the future. But the letter of support, very simply, I shared with City Council. You each have a copy of this slick. This is the first report that our Northeast Metro Coalition completed. And the whole intent of the letter of support is just talking about the value of GOCO's Generation Wild and sharing with them our report. Quite frankly, we asked for Commerce City and specifically Mayor Huseman to provide the letter because Commerce City holds the contract for the grant. Mayor Hancock has also provided letters in support of Generation and Wild, as has the former mayor of Aurora. So it simply just gives an overview of kind of the programs and the impact that it's had for us here in Commerce City and encouraging them, which is the GOCO executive director and board, to take a look at our newsletter.
Thank you for the explanation.
You're welcome.
Do I have a motion to approve me signing that letter of support? Councilman Hurst.
Yeah, thank you for that quick presentation. I also want to say that on the Parks, Rec, and Golf Committee, this was presented to us. Jose's on that committee with me as well, and there was unanimous support for it as well in that committee. And to Jose and myself, and I don't want to speak for him, but I think we just talked about this. This is a no-brainer for us, so I'd like to make a motion for Mayor Huseman to sign the GOCO letter of support.
Thank you. Councilwoman Allen Thomas.
I'd like to second the motion.
Great. I have a motion and a second to authorize me to sign a letter of support. Is there any other discussion? Just want to add that looking through the slick here, one of the organizations that does get support out of this is Environmental Learning for Kids. Back in 2018, Mayor Pro Tem Frank and I were able to attend a breakfast where they celebrated the good work that they do in the community. They recently built a nice facility out in Montbello neighborhood to really help individuals and children who would not normally be exposed to the outdoors and to the environment and camping and hiking and those kind of activities and get them exposed to it. And some of the individuals that had gone through the program stood up to speak about how much of a life-changing that experience that was for them to be in part of that program. So fully support the fact that we are supporting this organization and the coalition that was put together with organizations like that. So thank you for bringing this forward. I have a motion and a second to approve that. All those in favor signify by saying aye. Any opposed, say nay. Great. That passes unanimously and will get signed. Next up on the agenda is the revised minutes of December 18th, 2019. I'm looking for a motion and a second to approve those revised minutes. The packet that you were presented has the original draft as well as the revised. Councilwoman Grimes.
Make a motion to approve the revised minutes.
Thank you. Councilwoman Noble.
I'm not sure why there are various versions of this.
So at this time, I'm looking for a second. At this time, I'm looking for a second. If you would like to discuss, please wait until after a second is made.
My apologies.
Councilman Hurst.
I'll second that motion.
Great. I have a motion and a second. Now we'll open it up for discussion. Councilwoman Noble.
I'm sorry, Mayor Huseman. Get ahead of myself. As I was saying, I don't know why there's been various versions of this. When I pulled these minutes from the consent calendar, I wanted one thing included, just one statement that I had made during the meeting itself. This was regarding Senate Bill 19181 and the powers of local government's definition, which reads, each local government within its respective jurisdiction has the authority to plan for and regulate the use of land by regulating the surface impacts of oil and gas operations in a reasonable manner to address matters specified in this subsection and to protect and minimize adverse impacts to public health, safety, and welfare. That's section 2920-104. That's all I wanted changed. It is still not in these minutes. After meeting with Mr. Sheasley and with Mr. McBroom,
Councilman Hurst? Mr. Sheasley, would you like to respond to Councilwoman Noble's comments?
Yes, if I may consult with the clerk for a moment on the contents of the packet.
Mayor and Council, it looks like the incorrect revised minutes were uploaded in Legistar. We can distribute those corrected minutes to you in just a moment, or you guys can continue the minutes to your next council meeting.
I will take a 5-minute recess while you distribute those minutes.
may I provide you with this language? It's directly from the legislation that was enacted in April. Ended at one point.
They were never.
Yes, sir. With the I want what Councilman Noble wants. I want that included in the record. She brought it to our attention that it was not. So my motion, I'm pulling my motion, I'm getting rid of it. I don't know what the right terminology is for that.
Thank you. So you're withdrawing your motion to approve the minutes, revised minutes from December 18, 2019, correct?
Very well said, sir. I agree with that.
Thank you. And the council member that seconded that motion, do you concur with pulling that motion?
Say your motion again, please.
No, my motion was to withdraw my motion.
Oh, okay, good.
Thank you.
I could make a motion then.
One moment, please.
I'll second the withdrawal.
Thank you. Okay, so the individual who made the motion and the seconder of the motion to approve the revised minutes of December 18, 2019 has withdrawn that motion. Councilwoman Noble, would you like to make an additional motion?
Yes, I would, thank you. I would like to continue the minutes until the next city council meeting.
I need you to put a specific date on that.
March 2nd.
March 2nd.
Thank you. I have a motion to continue approval of the revised minutes to December 18, 2019 to the March 2nd city council meeting. Councilwoman Hurst.
I would like to second that motion.
I have a motion and a second to continue this item. All those in favor signify by saying aye. All those opposed say nay. That item is continued. Great. In front of you, you have a request from myself to have the city sponsor a table at a dinner called the Night of Hope Gala for the Richard Lambert Foundation. There is an explanation as far as the services that the Richard Lambert Foundation provides for bereaved children, adults, and families in the northern metro area. Statistics of what residents reside in Commerce City and the individual that are supported in Commerce City is attached in that explanation. The request is for $500 for the city to sponsor a table. Do I have a motion to approve that? Councilman Hurst?
Yes, based on the information in the packet, I would like to make a motion to approve this discretionary fund expense.
And Councilwoman Grimes?
I'll second the motion.
I have a motion and a second to approve this. Is there any discussion? Councilwoman Noble?
I was prepared to second, that was why I was in the queue.
I have a motion and a second. All those in favor signify by saying aye. All those opposed say nay. Motion carries. Thank you very much for the support in that. I'm sure the foundation will appreciate having your attendance. At this time, are there any other council members that have administrative business they would like to discuss? Councilwoman Allen Thomas?
Thank you. I would like to make a motion to direct staff to draft code amendments to prohibit the parking of recreational vehicles and trailers on public rights-of-way except pursuant to a permit or directly in front of the owner's residence for a period of time during load and unloading to set minimum fines.
I have a motion to direct the city staff to draft an ordinance that would prohibit parking of recreational vehicles and trailers on city rights-of-way except for in front of the individual's house for the purpose of loading and unloading and setting a minimum fine for such activity. Is there a second to that? Councilwoman Noble.
I'll second.
I have a motion and a second. Is there any discussion? Councilwoman Grimes?
Is this an appropriate time to ask about including regular vehicles as well being parked where they should not?
You could offer an amendment to the motion. However, it doesn't have to be accepted, but it would, I'll be blunt. You could, it would make a much more comprehensive parking ordinance at that point. I do believe staff is working on some parking concepts to come up in the future, but I think Ms. Allen Thomas may be targeting a specific activity and type of parking of RVs and trailers. But you could, sorry, I went too far. Procedurally, you could ask her if she would amend her motion to include that. Yes.
Yes, and actually I would if I can. I do want to amend the motion to include vehicles as well.
All right, so we have an amendment to the motion to include vehicles. Are those operational vehicles, inoperable vehicles, or just vehicles in general? Is that amendment including operational vehicles or
Yes,
inoperable
yes,
vehicles?
inoperable and, well, to include vehicles, period.
Include vehicles, period. The motion has been amended. Will the seconder of the motion concur with that amendment? Councilwoman Noble, do you concur with the amendment proposed by Councilwoman Allen Thomas?
I support it.
You do approve?
Yes.
Yes, okay, thank you. So the motion has been amended and seconded for the prohibition of parking recreational vehicles on city rights-of-way other than in front of an individual's house. For the recreational vehicles, it would only be for a time period permitted to load and unload said vehicle. That is correct? Any discussion on that item? Yes. Councilman Hurst?
Although I support the original motion, the vehicle amendment gives me a tough time for enforceability, and I believe that is why the city staff is working on some strategies for parking issues. I'm not opposing that we have some serious parking issues that we must address. I'm worried that our parking enforcement this is unenforceable without some serious conflict that would occur. And so I completely support the RV portion of the original motion. Hard for me to wrap my head around how it would be even possible to enforce the amended portion.
Councilman Wadiola.
I got a clarifying question. When you guys say vehicle, like, could you give me a couple examples of what that looks like?
Well, I'm speaking specifically like Ward 2 and in Ward 1, there's several vehicles with no registered license plates, and they're just abandoned on several roads, no car tags or anything. So that's why I included vehicles and motorcycles as well,
So I
and
think-
several flatbed trailers as well, too.
Correct. So I think what Mayor Huseman asked earlier, non-operating vehicles or operating, and we said both. Could we amend that to non-operating, unlicensed, registered vehicles? Because I guess I'm confused.
Could I offer a solution that the council might consider? Going with the original motion related to RVs and trailers, because as amended, you would be prohibiting parking of cars on streets unless they're in front of your house. So if there is no house, nobody could park on the street. It creates an enforceability issue. So I think we're going to have to, and council needs to explore what's the solution that they're trying to find as far as parking of any vehicle, whether it's operable, inoperable car or not. I think right now there's a nuance in our code that RVs and trailers can be parked anywhere. Don't take that as gospel. There are limits, of course, but there are less restrictions on RVs and trailers, and there's a current problem throughout the city about RV parking and trailer parking. There's also a problem with car parking and motorcycle parking, but the solution to that is not as clear as the other. So if we could take that motion as we draft an ordinance to prohibit based on the original motion, prohibiting RVs and trailers unless it's for loading and unloading, and then also come up with a solution or some options for vehicle parking. If we could take it that way, because obviously the way it's written, council doesn't need to resolve the question now, because we're going to have to take the work back and figure out what we can do with it.
And I would just add to that, given council's direction to increase the amount of parking enforcement, we've been doing that. You're hearing about that. Our plan is to come back to you tentatively in April, share some information. If we proceed to address RVs and trailers, that study session in April can focus on the other aspects of parking that we're still wrestling with. So I would agree with Mr. Sheasley, it might be best just to focus on trailers and RVs at this time, hold the rest out until we can check back in with you.
Can I ask a clarifying question to Mr. Sheasley? Is it not already illegal to park for more than 72 hours with an inoperable vehicle that's unregistered?
Don't have that in front of me. I could find my analysis of this, but yes, there's a 72-hour
Yes.
restriction.
Yes.
Yes, there are limits on inoperable vehicles and parking in
I
general.
mean, it's still an enforceability thing. We would have to catch it. I know you can't chalk line on tires anymore or anything like that. But if someone reports it, there's still a 72-hour inoperability law out there. So we would be.
And we have a far easier time enforcing and towing vehicles. The challenge we're having is towing RVs and trailers. So that's where I think Ms. Thomas is on the right track to increase our ability to enforce the regulations with respect to trailers and RVs.
And then just last thing, it's already illegal to park a commercial vehicle in a residential area, or no?
No, the same parking provisions apply to commercial vehicles that apply to any other vehicle. So there is the 5-hour limitation in front of, you can only park for 5 hours in front of a property that isn't yours.
So so if I were to suggest an amendment to go along with what I think the spirit is of the amendment, is maybe we consider an amendment for, like you said, a flatbed trailer. And we can use said definitions that the state already holds for what is a commercial motor vehicle. And
We currently, our parking codes do rely on the definitions of vehicles and trailers in the state, in the model traffic code.
right, and so we wouldn't have to redesign. We wouldn't have to come up with that language. It's there, it's available, it's widely used in the state. If I were to propose an amendment to the RV / trailer, it would be to add commercial motor vehicles.
I want to remind everybody that this isn't a motion for them to draft an ordinance.
Right.
It will go to a study session where we can discuss the merits of the ordinance. At this time, we do not need to hammer out every single detail regarding the ordinance. Councilwoman Allen Thomas, would you like to amend your ordinance concerning the vehicles?
Well, I would like to keep my motion like it was and to include vehicles as well and, include that staff. I think that's some of the problem. There's no consistency with addressing the issue.
So just confirming, your ordinance remains to have staff draft an or your motion remains to have staff draft an ordinance concerning the parking of RVs as well as vehicles on city streets.
Correct.
Okay. Any other discussion? All right, we will take a voice vote on that. All those in favor signify by saying aye. All those in favor signify by saying nay. Nay. Can I get everybody that voted aye to raise their hand? Yes, for her motion.
Would you like a roll call instead,
Thank
Mayor?
you. Let's do a roll call vote. Sure. While they set that up, ask a question.
So there is already work being done on a vehicle ordinance, is that what I'm hearing?
No, let me restate that. So council, really the prior council had asked staff to increase the level of enforcement of our current regulations throughout the city. So we've been busy doing that. Our plan is to check back in with council in April, let you know how that's going, give you an opportunity to discuss the policy aspects of parking and whether or not you want to make other changes. Based on the action council's contemplating tonight, we would try to look for an opportunity to bring back this particular concept sooner than April, which is the ordinance that's being contemplated in the motion. If that makes sense.
Okay, we have a motion and a second. We're going to take a roll call vote on this. All right, motion fails 3-3. Any other administrative council business? Councilman Hurst.
I would like to make a motion to stick with the original motion for the RVs and just remove the cars so we can see the data before we make the legislative action. And so I don't know if that was stated appropriately. I want to make, because the motion had the amendment to include cars, I voted no, but I would like to run with the original motion to just include RVs and trailers.
I have a motion to have staff draft an ordinance concerning the parking of RVs on city streets. Is there a second? RVs and trailers, is there a second? Councilwoman Grimes?
I'll second.
All right, have a motion and a second for staff to draft an ordinance concerning the parking of RVs and trailers on city streets. Any discussion? Take a voice vote. All those in favor signify by saying aye. Any opposed, say nay. Motion carries unanimously. Staff will draft the ordinance. Thank you, Councilman Hurst. Any other administrative council business? Councilwoman Grimes?
I had made a call a couple weeks ago about street lights on 104th. Is there an update on when we might see those replaced?
I'll have to collect an update and I can send it out to council.
Okay, thank you.
Councilman Hurst?
To piggyback on that, this is the obvious, this is the time of year that streetlights are quite obvious when they're out because it gets dark so early. But I also understand that city staff is rarely driving up the roads in after hours because they're off work, as they should be. So can we determine a process besides us counting as we drive down the road to kind of do like a quarterly check or something? Not just on 104th, I just mean like in general, the traffic light or the street lights that are on our right of way.
Excellent question. Part of our follow-up on these particular streetlights is to inquire with the companies that own those streetlights, what's their maintenance protocol for finding out if they're malfunctioning before we have to tell them. There are some streetlights that the city owns, but most of the streetlights in the city doesn't own.
Well, I'll tell you, from my experience, we can get rebates if we can prove. But also I've seen countless presentations on smart city streetlights that you have the ability to dim, you have the ability. So I have the feeling that there is the ability to even view this remotely from the energy companies' perspective. And so I would like to see some follow-up from them on, an answer from them on how they're taking care of this, because it is a public safety. There's a large stretch on the 104th that is completely dark going in one direction. And so that's a public safety issue, especially on a night like tonight, for our plow drivers as well.
Councilman Wadiola.
Thank you, Mayor. One of the things I've noticed is that our marijuana stores, one of them popped up in the core city, right in the line of where a bus route and pretty close to a new elementary and middle school that will be built. So that's a little concerning. I'd like to make a motion to have a study session on zoning regulations relating to marijuana businesses, including locations, design standards, and signage. One of the things that stands out is it's very colorful. And to me, it's like, what are we promoting, right? So that's the motion I want to see if council will take up.
I have a motion to have a study session to discover or to explore the ordinances and zoning concerning marijuana. Is there a second on that? Councilwoman Allen Thomas?
I'd second that motion.
I have a motion and a second. All those in favor signify by saying aye. Any opposed, say nay. Thank you. Please get the study session scheduled. Councilwoman Noble.
Thank you very much. So I have several items from residents. Is this the appropriate time to do it, or is it during council reports?
Are you requesting action to be taken?
Yes.
Would said action require more than 1 hour's worth of time for the city staff to conduct?
There are 6 different requests from 7 different residents.
Would each of those items take more than 1 hour for the city staff to perform?
I don't think so.
You what?
I don't think so.
You don't think so? Then I think you can just pass those items on to the city manager staff and they'll look at them.
If you'd like to just send them to me, we'll certainly follow up on them.
Okay, just send them to you.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, then I have another item. You have before you a council request form for establishment of Metropolitan Districts Commission. This has stemmed from the investigation that the Denver Post has conducted in the multiple articles that have been written about metro districts and some in this area, of course, as well. It has caused a great deal of concern, misunderstanding, anxiety, etc. Fortunately, Mayor Huseman has requested a town hall, but we don't have a date determined for that at this point. At the same time, I think it makes perfect sense at this point for us to establish a new commission for metro districts that would give residents a voice. They would be able to share all the information that they receive. They could increase visibility of metro district issues. They could increase community knowledge of issues relevant to metro district residents and advocate for issues, etc. I would hope that you will support that.
Are you making a motion?
Oh, I move the establishment of a Metro District Commission.
Councilman Hurst?
So, Councilwoman Susan Noble and I had a discussion about this beforehand.
Are you seconding the motion?
Supposed to be a second?
Oh, I apologize.
Councilwoman Allen Thomas?
I'd like to second the motion.
I have a motion and a second. We'll open it up for discussion. Councilman Hurst?
Apologize for speaking out of turn. Councilwoman Noble and I had a discussion about this, and although I do not oppose the idea, I want to briefly discuss where I'm thinking about on this, because I fully agree. There's plenty of let's call it animosity out there for metropolitan districts. The one concern I really have with a commission at this time is, first of all, the powers that we have in Title 32 don't give us a lot to do about this except advocate. In terms of we can review and approve each metro district's master plan, but I think one thing that we need to do as a city is understand the problem first, because if we hold a commission and we present it as city staff, I would not be comfortable using the Denver Post story as the sole reason, the sole fact information that we're giving to our residents to discuss. So it's not that I don't support the commission. I think there needs to be some direction from council to direct our city staff or our city legal staff to do some fact finding and give us direction as to what the problems are, what's the, and I'm not calling the Denver Post story non-factual, but I would like to know what's brought up in each of those news stories. How are we going to address those issues? Do we have the ability to find that as fact, and what actions could we take as a city in response to the issues that we find? And then from there, I believe that a commission of qualified residents, and what I mean by qualified is people who want to participate and can keep an open mind, then helps us lead the action as to where we go from the information that we found through those inquiries, through an investigation as to what's going on with the metro districts listed in the Denver Post, but also just around our city in general, because we have quite a few metropolitan districts that we need to better understand as a whole, as a city council, because I would tell you I know quite enough about a metropolitan district, being the vice president of mine, but there is much to learn when you look at the complexities of all of the metro districts surrounding our area in the North Range, and then potentially as we move forward approving more with new development.
Councilwoman Grimes.
I'm inclined to not support a commission, but maybe rather a focus group. I'm afraid that a commission gives the impression that, much like the oil and gas focus group, it was not to give so much, well, no, that was to give direction. So I don't get the impression that this would give direction to how metro districts are designed or approved or anything like that. And so I just think it's a little bit, I just don't know that it's necessary. I would prefer to see residents come speak to us here if they have concerns about metro districts.
Councilwoman Noble.
At our last meeting, we approved, well, this evening, we approved a Veterans Commission. I serve on a senior commission. If the word is a problem, we can change it to Metro District Committee, so it doesn't have smack of something that's uncomfortable. The reason that this makes sense to me is that it brings together multiple communities, multiple metro districts, some at various points in their development, some like the one that Councilmember Hurst and Mayor Huseman live in, which already have residents in charge. Others, like the one I live in, which is North Range District 1, which does not. There are 5 districts in Reunion, for example. There is also a question in South Commerce City about the benefits that come to North Commerce City, assuming that these are accomplished by the city, when in fact they are metro districts that we have to pay into in order to have all of the available benefits. I would like to see also on this commission members of South Commerce City, because they may too see metro districts in their area at some point, because that has become a funding mechanism for infrastructure for cities. I think it's important for residents to be involved because they care, because they will take the time, because they will investigate the issues. I've done this myself when I have been in other communities, and I certainly have experienced that over the last year and a half, is that there are people who will take the time to get the information that's required. They will do the fact-finding. I'm not basing it upon the Denver Post. I'm merely suggesting that the Denver Post was a catalyst in terms of conversation and has brought to a head the numerous issues that exist in some of these metro districts. I'd also like to point out, no matter how this vote goes, that there are numerous metro districts in Commerce City that are having elections. And if you want to serve on your board, now is the time to get a self-nomination form so that you may be in an election. The elections will be held in May. You can go on the DOLA site, the Department of Local Affairs site, and get more information as well. But again, I think it's an important issue, and I think that we need to move forward with it in order to demonstrate that we are hearing the voices of the residents and that we want to do something about this on their behalf.
Councilman Wadiola.
Thank you. I guess my question to you, Councilwoman Noble, is would it be better if we try to get a full-time person that deals with metro districts through staff and them going around to every metro district, holding town halls and meetings, instead of having the amount of people you want on here meeting, and really just recommending things to us Because what I'm afraid of, if someone who is a disgruntled Metro District resident, right, they're going to have a negative view. But if we have a staff member, a full-time staff member that reports to us or the city manager, they could go out and do all this work. Those same residents that want to be part of this will attend those town halls, will attend those forums and meetings, and then they can report back to us. Just a thought. I get it. I just think this is a different way compared to the other commissions. And if we're going to have a staff liaison dedicated to this, I would prefer using that money for a full-time employee that oversees metro districts in Commerce City. For the fact that how many metro districts do we have? About how many?
56.
56. So you would have a 56 commission plus South Commerce City. So I just think we have to be efficient on how we do that. That's just my piece.
Councilman Hurst.
And I just want to be clear, make no mistake, it's not that I don't support the idea. It goes along with what I said at the beginning and then what Jose just said. One of my concerns is current staff levels and the ability to absorb this. Every commission I'm on, we're straining that staff support. And I understand why, right? There's just not enough full-time positions to support all the commissions that we have. But I would be willing, I would actually want to or suggest that we make a motion to either work towards a full-time position for this, as Councilman Guardiola just pointed out, or we give a budgetary line item to our city attorney's office to hire outside counsel to find out give us a current setting. Then we can turn that over to a part-time staffer or a full-time staffer to take those recommendations and make action off of those with involvement of the public through either a focus group, commission, whatever we want to call it at that time. I just think, completely agree we have an issue, completely agree it needs to be dealt with, but I think we need to have a fact-finding, an official fact-finding, and put our money towards that. And knowing the constraints of staff today, I would be in support of giving a budgetary line item outside of the city attorney's normal budget to hire outside counsel, I guess it has to be outside counsel, to do a fact-finding on where our current setting is and what actions they would recommend us moving forward with. Is that something that's feasible? I guess would be a question to Mr. Schuessler.
It is. I do want to note there is a motion still on the table, correct, right, that's being debated. I think you're just mentioning an alternative, but just to note that. But to your answer, yes. I do have funds in my budget for legal services, and if the council directs that, we could try to absorb that within our current budget and then seek additional money if needed, if it would require that when we look at a scope. But I think that would be outside of the current motion at this point.
Councilwoman Grimes.
I would echo both Councilman Guardiola and Hurst's comments and lean in favor of looking at the budget for a full-time employee to work on this issue. Just one more concern I have about a commission is I think it gives a misrepresentation of authority, and I think there's enough frustration around this issue. I'd like to see it driven from a staff level.
Councilwoman Allen Thomas.
And I still agree with my motion that I seconded, because I think it's a matter of that speaking for the residents and letting the residents be involved as far as metro districts and giving their opinions as well, and being an advocate for the residents too, to let them know what's going on and letting all of Commerce City know what metro districts are.
Councilman Guardiola.
And again, I think it's an important issue, but would something like what Dominic does for us every meeting, I think you're gonna reach a lot more residents than, and it doesn't have a number of people would be on this commission than a commission, right? Sitting on the Cultural Council, Youth Commission, the Cultural Council, there's 15 of us, I think, or 12, and we give updates, right? But if we have a staff person that comes up and reports and gives an update on metro districts or rules and regulations, I think that's more efficient than having a 15-member commission that maybe they don't go back and spread what they learned, or it's just for Bow Creek, just saying, or for River Run, and how many houses and residents are in there. So again, I get it. I just can't support this type of commission because I don't think it's efficient enough if the way it's written compared to a full-time staff member that could give us reports every other week when we're at the dais. So it's on record, it's on video, it's on internet, and residents could always email us, which they do, call us, and ask those types of questions.
Councilwoman Noble.
I would just like to reiterate that I trust the residents. I trust the people that I have been reading comments from who have investigated this as well. I trust the people who have attended budget meetings to learn how the budget process works. I think that we need to give some latitude to our residents. I don't think that one person on staff can address all of the issues that are going to be before them. And we are sort of deputizing people who can be of assistance to them. I have seen it work, and I have seen it work successfully. And that's even with people who come in with a more negative or jaded view, if you want to call it that. And certainly you can appoint people who are positive about their experience, because there are people who are in metro districts who are having good success with theirs. And they can teach each other. The ones who are further along can teach the others how to do that as well. I think it's actually a tool and would be a successful civic endeavor for Commerce City to undertake.
Councilman Hurst.
Again, I don't disagree. I just think, again, like Councilwoman Grimes said, is we're giving a false sense of authority that we can literally do nothing out of that commission, no matter what they find or say, until we have an official city position for us to be brought forward to us. So a commission can do research and all the same thing that we would then need to go bring it to city. The city would have to restudy that information, and they'd have to bring it to us to consider for any action that we would then be able to take, but then we would have to have legal research and everything, because Title 32 gives us minimal authority to take any actions off of that. And so that's why my suggestion came from let's get a baseline, let's figure out where we're at, let's get some legal recommendations of steps moving forward, and then I would fully support a commission or focus group. Sorry, I was looking for that word. A commission or focus group on what actions to take based off of what we learned in our investigations.
Councilman Wadiola.
Clarifying question, Councilwoman Noble. How many people do you want on this commission?
I think that will be developed in the ordinance, but we could look at 9 or...
So with 9, how is that representing 56 metro districts?
I'm not suggesting that. However, one staff member can't represent them either, but we could certainly represent different parts of the community. There are among us 6 people who live in metro districts on this city council and 3 who don't currently. So that right there would mean there would be at least 6 coming from some metro
and I think a statement that I think we have to trust our staff also. That's part of what we're up here, right? We're not staff members, and I think that's where some disconnect happens with city council and staff. So to me, I always say, yes, we have to be kind of experts in everything that is thrown to us, but they go to school, they have the qualifications to be experts in their roles in city staff. So when we're saying we only trust residents, I know some residents have that I wouldn't trust, right? So I think our duty is to look at big vision and let staff do their jobs. So again, where I get where you're coming from, but I couldn't support it.
Councilmember Guardiola, I actually met with Mr. McBroom and Mr. Sheasley about this, and as far as I could tell, they were not offended at all about this idea. In fact, thought that there could be some way that it would be helpful. That was our conversation. So I didn't just come with this out of the blue.
I'm not saying you did, but I just think there's other ways that we could really get the voice of all the residents instead of making a full commission that will be selected. I think a focus group that we done with oil and gas, staff member, I'm really big on that. So that's.
Councilwoman Grimes.
Ms. Noble, could you describe a desired measurable outcome from this commission?
I'm not seeking a measured outcome. We're on the senior commission and things occur that, there may be a program, there may be suggestions, there may be best practices, there may be people who are, as I said, deputized and are able to explain that the city is not involved in the metro districts in the fashion that they do, or property taxes or any of that kind of stuff, that they are, it's a way to help diffuse some of this anxiety that has been created in the community about these, and in many instances, for good reason.
I'm going to stick with, I would have a hard time supporting this commission. I think there's a vast difference between a veteran commission, a senior commission, and a metro district commission. We're talking about apples and oranges, in my opinion.
Call it a committee.
We're still
I'd
giving
like to
the
call
illusion.
a vote, please.
I appreciate your desire to call a vote, but I think that I've earned the right to speak as well myself. Prior to doing so, City Manager McBroom would like to make a comment.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. A comment and then a suggestion based upon the discussion. So the comment is, last year, City Council began discussing the need to potentially increase the city's oversight over metro districts in the city. As such, work has been added to our administrative work plan in 2020 towards that end. We owe some information back to City Council about how you could increase the amount of oversight you provide over metro districts. John Bourgeois, who's a management analyst in the city manager's office, has taken on some additional work to change how we provide current oversight of metro districts. So those are some things that are already happening. Given the discussion, you've all seen the articles in the Denver Post highlighting Title 32 abuses in the state. We don't have a great handle on whether that exists in our community, and so the discussion, the suggestion that was made already that I would emphasize is the most assertive act you could perhaps take to protect Metro District residents in your community is authorize us to do the investigation, the review of all the Metro District service plans in the city currently, and determine if metro districts are in compliance with their approved service plans. That would be a way of determining if any of the abuses that you've read about in the Denver Post exist in our community. To do that, we would, as was mentioned, we would need some additional resources, likely out of the city attorney's office. We could scope that and come back to you if we need some additional money. You'll learn a lot from that exercise if you decide to direct us to do it. And on that basis, you could make a determination if some sort of commission makes sense or is necessary. So that would be my recommendation.
Thanks, sir. You know, metro districts are something that I've been passionate about for about 4 years now, since I got a property tax bill that almost knocked me out of my chair. The funny thing is, you know, a metro district is not Commerce City. It is its own quasi-governmental agency. The residents in a district have recourse with their district, and that is to go to their district board meetings. That is to get on their district board. That is to be involved in the board. I attend metro district meetings for districts that I am not a member of. I used to attend the ones that I was a member of, and I attend other districts. And I see one or two people show up for the meeting. I see people show up for the meeting, stand there and speak for their 3 minutes and walk out the door. There's not a lot of interest to understand what is going on at those district meetings. There's not a lot of interest to understand what actually is taking place and why it is taking place. A commission is, as Councilwoman Grimes said, apples and oranges. The seniors in our community don't have their own board to go and talk to. Their way of recourse in making sure that they're represented by the city is to come in and make sure their voice is heard to the city. The youth have an opportunity to participate in the city and participate in our functions, travel with us when we go to National League of Cities events, participate in the seminars, participate in government, and see what is going on. The Parks and Rec Advisory Commission has the ability to give input on how we do things in the Parks and Recreation Department. That is something that the city controls. No matter what person comes forward within the city to complain about their metro district, we do not have control over that. We have given that control through Title 32 and through the Colorado Revised Statutes governing this, the control to that metro district board to do that. So I'm sorry, but I just don't see we're having a monthly meeting of people come in here and express the same concerns that any one of us can go on social media right now and see concerning their metro district. It's very easy for people to complain on social media about their district, but it seems to be very hard to get them to take action. We struggle as it is to fill the boards and commissions that we have. Right now we have vacancies. We just approved more people for boards and commissions, and we will still have vacancies this evening by the time those are filled. Although I think that people need a voice when it concerns metro districts, I do not believe that the establishment of a commission and a monthly meeting or a committee is the proper way to go about it. And one of the things that I heard as far as authority and as far as giving them the opportunity, we don't have that authority. We can't go and give that authority to people on a commission to do anything. That's just not the right mechanism. We did approve a town hall. The town hall, to my knowledge, will take place in the first or second week of April to make sure that that is going forward. And that can be a recurring event that takes place that allows people to voice those concerns. But I'm sorry, a commission just is not, and I cannot support it. Before I do go for your call for a vote, I do need to make sure that your motion was to have the staff draft a resolution for the formation of a commission, because we cannot actually vote on a commission tonight. Is that correct, that that is your motion?
Yes.
Is your motion for staff to draft a resolution to form a Metro District Commission?
Yes, it was.
Okay. Oh, yeah, when you actually made the motion, your motion was actually for the formation of a commission, and I wanted to clarify that you were wanting there to be a resolution drafted that would establish that commission. Those are two separate actions.
It would be the same thing that we voted on tonight for the Veterans Commission.
Those are two different things. Tonight, we voted on a resolution that approved the Veterans Commission.
Okay, that's what I'm looking for.
A month ago, we voted to have staff draft that resolution. Is your motion to have staff draft the resolution or to establish the commission?
Oh, I'm sorry, to draft a resolution.
Thank you. Councilwoman Allen Thomas, do you agree with that?
Yes, I do.
Thank you very much. I have a motion and a second for the purpose of directing staff to draft a resolution for the establishment of a Metro District Commission. All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
All those opposed say nay. The motion fails 4-2. Councilman Hurst.
In the same spirit, I would like to make a motion to ask city staff to prepare the information that would be needed, or the resources that would be needed for the city attorney's office to hire an outside counsel to an investigatory work on metro districts within Commerce City.
I have a motion to direct the city manager and city attorney to engage special counsel to conduct a review of larger metropolitan districts in the city. Is that correct? Yes, sir.
I thought I heard Mr. Hurst say prepare a scope of work to do that, or do you want us to actually initiate that work?
Yes, I'd like you to actually initiate that. Obviously, to go along with that, we would need to know the resources that we would be asked to be allocated to this project. And at that point, I would be asking for approval if those numbers jive with our expectations and what we are willing to spend on this project.
I have a motion on the table. Is there a second?
I'll second.
I have a motion and a second to direct the city manager and city attorney to engage special counsel to conduct a review of larger metropolitan districts in the city. Is there any conversation on that? Councilman Wadiola?
Yeah, could I offer an amendment to go along with your motion, but also to start a focus group or some town halls, because I think the residents have a lot of input of what we're looking for, of what they want to see, instead of just getting a staff member to start looking at it. And it doesn't have to meet weekly or bi-monthly, just a start to get the residents that Councilwoman Noble's talking about that are interested in stuff like that they could bring their opinions and their concerns.
So I'll accept the amendment if we can look at the April meeting as a kickoff, if you will. I mean, just hear me out real quick. If we can accept the April meeting as like a kickoff where we allow public comment, so we can establish the frustrations in our community, and that will help give us direction and scope for the outside counsel to focus on. And that wouldn't limit the outside counsel, but that would definitely be within the scope of work that we'd be asking them to take on. Is that fair? Yeah, if it's reasonable to you guys for us to do that, I think that gives us the opportunity or our citizens the opportunity to air their frustrations and then give clear and directed work to an attorney to find answers to those issues. And then once we have that established baseline where we understand the answers to those issues, we will then be able to contemplate, argue, whatever we would like to do to decide what our next steps are. And in doing so, we could then potentially start a focus group, a commission, a regular held schedule for public meetings on metro districts. But it'll allow us to give a direction, get the information before we decide direction, because I believe we all agree that we need to go in a direction. We just need to establish that first.
Mayor Huseman, if it would help the council, I believe based on this direction, the conversation, and my experience over the last year with metro districts, my plan would be to go contact a few attorneys and explain the scenario and what they might be able to provide, and then work with the city manager to find additional funding if needed. We'll let you know what the outcome of that is. Obviously, there's a town hall to be scheduled, and then that scope will determine how much this person would hear things in the community or review existing plans and things. I believe a lot of the frustrations with metro districts can be pretty well and easily documented by people reading the paper or reading complaints that the council has received. So I believe we can develop a scope for someone to prepare a report that would give you an idea of what your future regulations and plans may look like.
And then just a quick update on the Metro District Town Hall. Council previously provided us direction to organize that. We've got a good list of potential attendees. We're testing dates. It's possible it could happen by the end of this month. If not, given your trip to DC, I know the mayor has some conflicts later in March, and it was you were one of the drivers of doing the town hall. It would likely push it into early April. So our goal is to do it by the end of this month, if at all possible.
And give that update. Councilwoman Noble, Councilman Hurst has amended his motion. Are you still in agreement with that motion? Councilwoman Noble, Councilman Hurst has amended his motion. Are you still in agreement with that motion?
I don't know what he added.
So my addition or my amendment basically states that we would hire outside counsel to give us direction, and in doing so, allow us to take the scope of work to the first town hall to establish what we're doing, right?
Huh?
I mean,
I believe council would want to determine the scope of what you're doing. And,
Right,
and
right.
listen, use the opportunity to listen is what I thought you were saying. I'm sorry.
no, so my idea would be, we establish the scope of work within council, and then we take that to the public and say, this is what we're going to be studying, and then get public feedback off of that. But yes, we would be establishing the scope of work as council and then requesting feedback from the community on that.
My understanding of hiring an attorney would be to potentially receive confidential advice and analysis in that regard. It may be premature to define what the scope would be or what it's going to be. It would be, because this is very new tonight, it might be helpful for us to clarify that offline and develop that to bring back to you before we jump ahead to April.
So let's say this amendment is this. We would like you guys we would like city staff, specifically the city attorney's office and the city manager's office, to establish what it will take or to hire an outside counsel to give us a baseline of where we need to go and some legal recommendations for the future. And then we can separately do city outreach through public, help me get it clear, just because quite honestly, I'm good with either way. I want us to get outside counsel, but I also want the community to be involved through.
I do believe you have within your city attorney staff the ability to develop regulations and a model service plan, which we've already done at this point. But if you're talking, whatever the need is, if it's talking about doing more and reviewing the conduct of metro districts in the area, if that's what you're really focusing on, then that would be a function that that's how I took the motion initially.
That is exactly what I'm not asking us, I know that your staff is capable of.
We've developed policy already for that.
Exactly.
Okay.
And I'm not as concerned about moving forward. Now it's in our purview, it's very much within our scope. I think moving forward, we will be smarter about that. I want us to investigate what's currently happening in the 56 metro districts that are currently operating within Commerce City through an audit process, whether that's a financial audit process or a legal audit process. I think that's what we're all looking for, to establish a baseline of where to go next.
If that is the motion that is then seconded, I feel I would have sufficient direction to go forward from the meeting tonight.
Thank you. Thank you. I have a motion and a second to direct the city manager and the city attorney to procure special counsel for the investigation of larger metro districts within Commerce City. All those in favor signify by saying aye. Any opposed say nay. Motion carries unanimously. Is there any other administrative council business? Councilman Hurst? Thank you. Seeing no other administrative council business, I will turn it over to Mr. McBroom so that he can discuss some scheduling issues.
Sorry. Two council work schedule things to talk with you briefly about. First is, it looks like 5 of you will be staying in Washington, D.C. past the advocacy meetings to attend the NLC conference. That would mean 5 of the 9 of you, perhaps 6, will miss the March 9th study session. So I would suggest that you cancel the March 9th study session. That would be item number 1, if you want to take that
Looking
up.
for a motion and a second to cancel the March 9th study session. Councilman Hurst?
I'd like to run a motion to cancel the March 9th study session due to the information that we just received.
Councilwoman Allen Thomas.
I'll second the motion.
I have a motion and a second to cancel the March 9th study session due to the fact that over half of us will still be in Washington, D.C. for the attendance of the National League of Cities Congressional Conference. All those in favor signify by saying aye. Any opposed, say nay. That meeting is canceled. Next.
The next item is regarding next week's study session. We have added a URA meeting at 6 o'clock next Monday so that the URA Board of Directors can review the updated pro forma for the Mile High Greyhound Park. We anticipate that meeting will last about an hour. We had 3 items tentatively scheduled for the study session to follow the URA meeting. We think it's important to add another item, which is a City Council discussion of your talking points for your advocacy meetings in March. So that's a rather critical item. We think it's most important to do it on the 10th versus February 24th to give you an opportunity to reach consensus, give us an opportunity to produce the printed materials that you'll need to take with you. So if that item is added to next Monday, I think if we leave the remaining 3 items on the study session, it might run rather long. We can have the URA meeting plus 4 study session items. The other 3 items are the Quality Community Foundation update. So the Quality Community Foundation board members are attending to talk about the status of the foundation. I know Mayor Huesman has been visiting with the chair of the foundation, so that's one item. The other item is the 2019 community survey results, which could take some time to walk through and understand the community survey results. And the third item is a check-in with council on the current status of the land development code updates for oil and gas. So all 3 could be somewhat time-consuming items, plus talking through the talking points for your trip in March.
Given that I know we've already extended an invitation to the QCF, so I would hate to see that have to get moved on them because they've already planned on being there. So I'd like to see that one stay. I'm looking for a motion and a second to move the community survey presentation from the February 10th agenda item to, that'll probably go into March, I guess, would be the next available opportunity for that.
The next tentative date, I think, would be March 23rd. We've got some SURSA training and the ethics policy already tentatively scheduled for February 24th.
So that would be my recommendation. That's the one that we move. Councilman Hurst?
I'll make a motion to move the community survey to March 23rd.
Thank you. Councilwoman Grimes?
I'll second the motion.
I have a motion and a second to move the community survey presentation from the February 10th study session to the March 23rd study session. All those in favor signify by saying aye. All those opposed say nay. We shall do that. Any others? Great. Seeing no other administrative council business, we can move on to council reports. City manager?
No additional report this evening.
Thank you. City attorney?
Just to remind you, I bombarded you with emails over the last few days with pending ordinance and litigation reports, draft animal code based on prior direction and ethics policy, and today the tax code. Please call me with any questions on those items.
Thank you very much. Are there any other council members wishing to make a report? Councilman Hurst?
Real quick, I'd just like to say we attended the award ceremony. We, meaning by several of us, attended the award ceremony on Friday night for Commerce City's Police Department, and it was a great turnout. I was very impressed by the stories that we were told for the awards that were given out. Always have had much respect for our police department, but it's a new level of respect to hear the situations that they put themselves into to protect our community. And I want to say thank you for that experience, just to see that and to enjoy that that night. And then on Saturday, several of us also went to the grand opening of Delfina's Sweets, which was very successful, and it's a really cool spot for this city to have great little ice cream and treat and donut shop. And so congratulations on the new business up there. And I had a good time, and I know my little girls thoroughly enjoyed the ice cream while we were there.
Thank you, Councilman Hurst. Councilwoman Noble?
Yes, I'd like to add, attended the grand opening of Panda Express and also the grand opening, that is, and the groundbreaking at Prairie View High School, as well as attending the Metro Mayor's Caucus, not as mayor or mayor pro tem, but as a council member on accessory dwelling units, which is always, of course, an interesting topic, especially as we're facing affordability issues, and they raised a lot of great points, and I will pass the information on to whoever has the most interest. They've sent all of the slides as well as a book. I have a book, so I'll be happy to pass that on to the community development folks. I would like to, though, go back and mention these council things because I think that people who have issues would like to know that we're actually talking about them. So there is a gaping hole at Florence and Brighton. There is a intersection light at 104th and King Supers that's out. There's an issue about perhaps a flashing crosswalk or a hawk beacon at Parkside North and Landmark because of dangers as somebody walking around. There's also an issue about putting in speed bumps or speed tables because we don't have enough police watching over speeders and perhaps requiring roundabouts in new developments. There are two residents who would like to have active mind classes at Bison Ridge for seniors and continue to hear requests as anybody who's involved in economic development or simply lives in this community for wonderful things like Sprouts, Trader Joe's, and a 24-hour diner like Great Scott's Eatery. So I want to bring those up only because I think our residents who are listening to these meetings like to know that we are paying attention and passing it along, and an email won't necessarily give them that impression. So I will send you an email, though. I'm sure you weren't taking notes during that. I was talking a little fast. Thank you very much, though, for the opportunity.
Thank you. Seeing no other reports. Had a busy last couple of weeks. Mr. McBroom and I did meet with Congressman Perlmutter the last 2 weeks ago, I guess. Had a very productive conversation regarding the issue of trains in our community, as well as other items such as Suncor and other environmental issues taking place. I do appreciate the Congressman giving us his time to meet with us while we were there. We did have the winter retreat here in council chambers. I think that was very productive. Thank you again to all the staff members that attended. Thank you to the council members that attended, and thank you to all the staff members that were instrumental in putting that on. I think it was a very successful event. I'm going to conclude my report with that. I do need to ask a procedural thing. We do have a GID meeting, and we also have an executive session. Can we recess this meeting, perform the ECIGD meeting, reconvene that, and then go into executive session to make it easier on the viewers at home? Very good. So we will recess the normal city council meeting for a time period and call to order the ECAIGD meeting. Will the clerk please call the roll?
Chair Huesman.
Present.
Vice Chair Frank. Board Member Madera. Board Member Alan Thomas.
Present.
Board Member Noble.
Present.
Board Member Guardiola.
Present.
Board Member Hurst.
Present.
Board Member Grimes.
Present.
Board Member Smith. Mr. Chair, you have a quorum.
Thank you. Looking for a motion to excuse those members not present. Councilwoman Noble.
I didn't press cancel request.
Councilwoman Grimes.
Make a motion to excuse those board members not present.
Thank you. Councilman Hurst.
I'll second that motion.
I have a motion and a second to excuse those board members not present. All those in favor signify by saying aye. Any opposed, say nay. Those board members are excused with unanimous vote. Next, I'm looking for a motion and a second to approve the minutes of the meeting on November 4th, 2019. Councilman Hurst.
I'd like to make a motion to approve the minutes for the meeting on, sorry, I forgot the date. Our last meeting, November 4th, 2019.
Thank you. Councilman Alan Thomas.
I'd like to second the motion.
All right, I have a motion and a second to approve the minutes of November 4th, 2019. All those in favor signify by saying aye. All those opposed say nay. Motion carries unanimously. Next, we have a public hearing for ordinance ECA GID 14-20, including the Legato development into the ECA GID. I will open the public hearing. Would anybody on the board like staff to present on the ordinance? Seeing no request for staff to present on the ordinance, would look for we'll close the public hearing, right? Thank you. Close the public hearing. We'll look for a motion and a second to introduce ordinance ECA GID 14-20 on first reading. Councilman Hurst.
I'd like to make a motion to approve ECA GID 14-20 on first reading.
Councilwoman Grimes.
Second that motion.
I have a motion and a second to approve, or excuse me, to introduce ordinance ECA GID 14-20 on first reading. Is there any discussion? Seeing no discussion, legal counsel is not required to read the title. We will take a roll call vote. All right, for the record, that passes unanimously. At this time, we will adjourn to the ERA GID meeting. We'll call the ERA GID meeting to order. Ask the secretary to call the roll.
Chair Huseman.
Present.
Vice Chair Frank. Board Member Madera. Board Member Alan Thomas.
Present.
Board Member Noble.
Present.
Board Member Guardiola.
Present.
Board Member Hurst.
Present.
Board Member Grimes.
Present.
Board Member Smith. Mr. Chair, you have a quorum.
Thank you. I'm looking for a motion and a second to excuse those members not present. Councilman Hurst.
I'd like to run a motion to excuse the members not present tonight.
Councilwoman Alan Thomas.
I'd like to second the motion.
I have a motion and a second to excuse those members not present. All those in favor signify by saying aye. Any opposed say nay. Those members are excused by unanimous vote. Next, we will approve the minutes for November 4th, 2019. Looking for a motion. Councilman Hurst.
I'd like to make a motion to approve the minutes from November 4th.
Councilwoman Grimes.
I'll second that motion.
I have a motion and a second to approve the minutes of the meeting of November 4th, 2019. All those in favor signify by saying aye. All those opposed say nay. Motion carries. Minutes are approved unanimously. Next, we will have a public hearing on ordinance ERA GID-06-20 for inclusion of the Legato development into the ERA GID. I will open the public hearing. Is there any board member that would like staff to present on the ordinance? Seeing no request to do so, we will close the public hearing. Looking for a motion and a second to introduce ordinance ERA GID 6-20 on first reading. Councilman Hurst.
I'd like to make a motion to introduce ordinance ERA GID 6-20 on first reading.
Councilwoman Grimes.
I'll second that motion.
I have a motion and a second to introduce ordinance ERA GID 6-20 on first reading. Any discussion? Councilwoman Noble.
What is the impact of this financially?
It would be positive. This is what pays for the prior agreement. No, sorry, I'm thinking of a different development. This would help pay for improvements around the perimeter, namely the arterial roads and potentially water and sewer if that had to be extended. But there is currently water and sewer at Tower Road, so I wouldn't anticipate having to extend for the immediate project, but in the future it would be.
And where do the funds come from?
Funds come from the district mill levy that's imposed on the district. So when they include into the district, then that property pays the mill levy. The same thing for the ECA GID. The GIDs are funding mechanisms for those regional improvements. The developers then hook onto that and do their local improvements within their development.
And how does this differ from a metro district? This one appears to be a liability for the city.
It is not a liability for a city. It's a separate legal entity. In that sense, yes, it has some similarities to a metro district. However, it's for regional improvements, and it's a regional district that is set up and controlled through the city council sitting as its board.
So then we are mill levies as well on the property taxes.
That is correct. Those were authorized previously.
So I think I'd like to know what this is paying for.
There is approximately $800 million worth of improvements that have to be built before build out of the city. And so those are for regional improvements over the next 80 years. So again, like I said, it's a funding mechanism so that other taxpayers in the city do not have to pay for those regional improvements, which are trunk line sewers, trunk line water mains, and improvements to those roadways that are on the old county section lines, if you will.
And those aren't generally, are those ever part of a metro district's bond?
The developers contribute, but their contribution does not pay for all of the cost of those regional roadways. So there has to be a funding mechanism for those. Again, it's a way to pay for those regional improvements that are not included inside a developer's development and are not paid for by the metro district other than the contribution that they make to those regional improvements. Again, that contribution is not adequate to pay the full cost of those regional improvements.
So this says it's for Legato, which we heard tonight. Will it be reflected on Legatoans' property tax bills or all Commerce City?
Only when they include, it is only on their property that includes into the district. And so the ECA GID is for commercial property, the ERA GID is for residential property. And so it's basically two districts that they don't overlap. Well, they overlap in the sense of inclusion area, but they do not overlap in terms of tax impact. So when a property is developed, either that property is commercial of some type, commercial, industrial, or it's residential. And so that determines which district it is included into. So it's either a residential district or the commercial district.
Mr. Sheasley?
Is there a question about general improvement districts at large? Because the ERA GID and the ECA GID extend from the city's southern border on Tower Road, and when they're fully built out, are anticipated to go all the way to the north of the airport. And so it's not just Legato. These property owners will be contributing property tax to the general improvement districts as revenue. And then the city council, sitting as the board of the general improvement district, will decide to spend that money on improvements that will benefit that region and all of the property owners, or have a regional benefit there generally. The ERA GID currently hasn't, I believe, spent any money, but does have an obligation to support elsewhere in the city. Inclusion into one of these GIDs is a requirement of development in the city to receive various services. And so that's why you see part of the property including into the commercial district based on its underlying zoning, and part of it going in as residential. But they're set up to have different structures and some functions in mill levies.
It would seem then it would be important to be able to see what the budget looks like and be as transparent as any other district, and to be simply voting on these without seeing any backup documents.
The general improvement districts approve a budget every November and assess a mill levy. This is simply a question of including property in the appropriate district, much like When this property comes in, they would need to include in the South Adams County Water and Sanitation District or into the Fire District to receive those services, although it is not a metropolitan district.
Councilman Hurst?
Councilwoman Noble, we live in the NIGID, Northern Infrastructure General Improvement District. That stops at Tower Road. This goes beyond Tower Road to E470, or east of Tower Road beyond to E470 all the way to the north into the airport. So where the Northern Front Range is up north, we all pay into the NIGID for the improvements on 104th in just our general area. We will not, as Reunion and Buckley Ranch and residents, pay into this GID. Just the new developments that are east of Tower Road will pay into this GID as a regional general improvement district. So as we build out more, there'll be more taxpayers paying into this general improvement district because we'll be building more roads, connecting more trunk lines, connecting, you know, those types of things. And so it keeps the southern part of it's new development paying for itself is exactly what we're trying to do in this situation. The NIGID is west of Tower Road. This ERA GID is east of Tower Road, and that's how we'll fund the remaining portion of the build out for the city that the developers do not cover or are not required to cover.
All right, I have a motion and a second to introduce ordinance ERA GID 6-20. Legal counsel is not required to read the title. We'll take a roll call vote. For the record, that passes 6-0 and is included. Great. We will adjourn the ERA GID meeting and reconvene the regular meeting of the City of Commerce City. Our last item of business is a potential executive session. Looking for a motion and a second to enter into executive session. Councilwoman Grimes.
I'll make a motion to enter into executive session.
Could you do me a favor and read that entire paragraph?
Oh, it's right here. What's on the screen
Yes.
here? Okay. Make a motion to enter into an executive session, including only the city council and city staff and legal counsel pursuant to CRS 24-6-402 A, B, E, for the purpose of determining negotiating positions and strategy, instructing negotiators, and receiving related legal advice relating to an economic development opportunity.
I have a motion to enter into executive session. Do I have a second? Councilman Wadiola.
Second the motion.
I have a motion and a second to enter into executive session. All those in favor signify by saying aye. All those opposed say nay. We will retire to executive session, return from that, and adjourn the meeting.